All right, here we go. I'm going to be ranking every single card in MLB The Show, and I've broken them down position by position. We're going to rank them all, and I'm not going to edit this at all. It's just going to be raw. You're going to be with me for this entire thing, so it might take a while, but we will get this done. And we're starting off with catchers. Oh, also, I kind of lied. It won't be every card in the game. It'll just be like all the red diamonds with some exceptions, like all the relevant cards, basically. So, there will be some like blue diamonds on here, as you can see, with catchers. But for the most part, it's just every red diamond in the game, all the relevant cards. So, we have the normal tiers here: S tier, A tier, B through F. And yeah, let's just start this off with Victor Martinez, 92 overall Victor Martinez. This card, I might be a little biased, but he's so good, or he was, at least when I used him. And I still think he's usable, so I'm going to put him in the B tier. I still think he's good, and you can get by with using that card. His defense is not good, but his contact is amazing. 109 clutch on the base card. That's really good. So, he will be in the B tier. Kaiber Ruiz will also be in the B tier, 93 overall. I'm excited for him to get a new card at some point. These two cards are very similar. Kaiber Ruiz is another contact hitting catcher. He has slightly better power and a better swing, in my opinion. So that's why he gets the edge over Victor Martinez. I also am ranking them within their tiers. So if I put Kaiber Ruiz in front of Victor Martinez, then I think he's slightly better. So, yes, I am doing that. Okay. Next up, Gary Sanchez. With Gary, he's got good power. We know that. I think I would prefer Kaiber Ruiz and Victor Martinez over him because those two are switch hitters, and Gary is not. However, Gary has solid pop time and a really good arm. I know he's a good swing too. I'll put him in D tier. There are a lot of catchers in the game. I'll put him in D tier. I think he is definitely at least one step below these two cards. Probably 2 steps below. I also might shuffle these around after if I sit on it for a little longer. I might rethink some things. So these, wherever I put them initially is, that might not be their final destination. Joe Torre, I'm probably going to rank him around where Gary is. He's got solid contact across the board. Decent power too. I'll put him in C tier actually, because I think he is just that much better than Gary. They don't have stats on here. Also, shout out Showzone. I haven't shouted them out yet, but that's where I'm doing this tier list, and it wouldn't be possible without them. So shout out to them. Not sponsored, but maybe one day. Torre, I'm fine with in the C tier. Maybe not. I'll move him down to the D tier, but he's better than Gary in my opinion. I'd rather use Joe Torre than Gary Sanchez. Okay. Now Jorge Posada. I actually still see a lot of people giving this card a run, even, in August, I guess now. I will say he's better than these two. He belongs in the B tier. But it's close between these three cards. I was using Victor Martinez over Posada back when these two cards were the best catchers in the game. But yeah, his vision's really bad, which is kind of why I stayed away from him. So Yeah, that's my reasoning there. Give me a second here to find Cole Carrick's stats. I'm pulling up these cards' stats as I rank them, so I can like get a full scope. Cole Carrick, as a catcher, I think he's C tier. Oh, C tier. Hello? Okay, there we go. C tier. As a catcher, but I think he should still be on everybody's bench at the very least. He's still on my bench on my God squad. He can play everywhere, has contact, not a lot of power, okay defense. I just think he's really like a Swiss Army knife, and he shouldn't be starting for anybody at this point, which is why I have him down in the C tier. I would probably use these three at catcher over him. That's just my opinion, though, because these guys have better hitting stats. Although, Carrick has speed, at least, so there's that. Okay, now, Roy Campanella. Interesting one here. He was like my early game catcher once I got Shohei. He actually has good hitting stats, but I will also probably put him in the C tier. Maybe even D, actually. But I will put him above Joe Torre and Gary Sanchez. I'll give Carrick the edge because he's a switch hitter and has good speed. But, yeah, Campanella's not bad. Not bad at all. I did kind of struggle with his swing, so maybe that's a factor. Excuse me, I had to burp. Okay, I'm going to do Mike Napoli next and just get the final Blue Diamond card out of the way. Let me see his stats. Ooh. Bad vision. This might be my first F tier card. His power is just really high, and that's all he has going for him. Nothing else is really good on this card. So, sorry, somebody had to be in the F tier. All right. Now, all we have left are red diamonds. Cool. Pudge will be our first red diamond. Ivan Rodriguez. Let's see here. I'll put him in the C tier with Cole Carrick. He's got really good defense, 96 pop time. That's solid. And he's got in the hundreds with everything, contact, but little power and pretty bad swing, in my opinion. So, yeah, this is what we got so far for catchers. Now moving on to William Contreras. Kind of the same thing with Contreras, just less defense. And still not a great swing. I'll put him in D tier. Yeah, I'll put him above Campanella, I guess. But not by much. I don't love his swing, and these stats don't blow me away, so he's just kind of okay. I would not recommend. There are a lot of better options out there that you could use, so I would recommend using some of those. Okay, Mike Piazza up next. I need to spend less time talking about these lower overall cards because this will take forever if I keep yapping about these cards. Piazza, better than Contreras in my opinion, better than Pudge, better than Cole Carrick. I'll put him in B, above Posada. I can get behind that, I think. I don't know, though. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. I think he is better than all three of these cards. Yeah, I might come back to that one, but for now he's in the B tier. Our highest rated catcher so far, which is cool, I guess. Carlos Santana. This is his secondary position, so keep that in mind. But yeah, he's not. His swing is amazing, so maybe that puts him in A tier. I'll put him in A tier. Yeah, I love Carlos Santana cards. They're always amazing. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. And his attributes are good. I think that's deserved. Okay. Up next, we have Ivan Herrera. This card, I really loved this card. I was the third person to get him parallel 5. But he's very similar to Mike Piazza. Just a little better offensively, a little worse defensively. So, they're about the same, in my opinion. Maybe I'll put Posada above these guys. Yeah, I'll put Posada above Herrera and Piazza. I'm cool with that. Okay. Next up, Ted Simmons. This card's really good. He'll be above Carlos Santana in the A tier. He's not the best of the best, so I'm not going to put him in S, but the card is very good. He has really good contact, 80s power. His defense is okay. Usable. Okay, next up, Samuel Basallo. Basayo? I don't know. Eek. I'll probably put this card in the B tier as well. Nothing really blows me away here. I'll put him above Herrera. Maybe I'll put him below Herrera. His vision is 75, which I don't like. But he's got better defense than Herrera. Worse contact, better power. They're very similar. One's just a lefty. So I think I'm fine with putting him there. I don't love that card though. And next up we got Gary Carter. I forgot this card came out. I'm not gonna lie. He also looks similar to Herrera, just better defense. So I guess I'll give him the nod for that. Just another mid card. I'll throw him in B tier. Yeah. That's all I have to say. Ryder Helfrich. Where is this card? I've used him in VR a little bit, and I actually do like his swing. So that will play into this a little bit. He's probably B tier as well. It's just where in the B tier is he? He has similar stats to Samuel Basallo, but he's a righty. I'll put him above him. But is he better than Herrera? Probably. Better than Gary Carter? I don't know. Probably. I don't like Gary Carter's swing. Never have. I don't know, though. The contact just isn't there for Ryder. Although he does have 97 clutch, which is, pretty good. I would probably rather use Herrera, in my opinion. So, I'll give him that. He'll go in the middle of the B tier right now. Now, Carter Jensen. This is a card, huh? I really like his swing. But I don't know, he's just... I don't want to keep loading the B tier, but I really think he's similar to a lot of these cards. I think he will be at the top of the C tier. I don't like his contact versus righties or his vision. I mean, his vision's 89. It's fine. His power isn't anything crazy. His clutch is good. That's really the only good thing about this card. And his swing, of course. But, at the time he came out, I did like the card. He was just never going to be a starter for me. But also, he came out over a month ago. Or about a month ago. Maybe a little longer than that. I don't know. He's in the C tier. That's all I got to say about him. Joe Mauer. I do like this card. I'll put him in the A tier. I think above Santana. No, I can't do that. I don't know. I'll put him below Santana. Santana's a switch hitter, and his swing is immaculate. Joe Mauer has really good contact, though, and really good defense and usable power. With a double power mod, gets up to 80 and 91 power. So that's good, but I'm not including power mods in this. So, yeah. He'll be at the bottom of the A tier for now. All right, Sean Ross. I think this card just came out recently, if I'm not mistaken. Really good power. Not so good contact, though. Kind of reminds me of Gary Sanchez. He can play a lot of positions, too. Anywhere except for shortstop and first base. I'll put him in the D tier with William Contreras, above William Contreras. But, yeah, he has good power and nothing else is really good. I guess I could show his stats here. These are his stats. Nothing crazy. I mean, the power's good, but, can't really square a ball with him because his vision and contact are so bad. So, yeah, I'm going to have him in the D tier, and that's where he will stay. Next up, low-key, I might put this Adley Rutschman in the S tier. I can't do that. I'll put him at the top of the A tier, because this card was just so good for me. I was using this card on my God Squad until literally Friday, whenever the new Adley came out. So, I'll put him in the A tier, since we have that new Adley. Spoiler, he's going to be in the S tier. Okay, next up we have Dylan Dingler. Refresh me on his attributes. Wow, his contact is pretty bad. Eesh. He's really good defensively. I'll give him that. I'll put him slightly above Carter Jensen, in my opinion. I do kind of like his swing, from what I remember. So, like, he's not a terrible option. He's just not all that good. So, he'll be in the C tier, I think. Yeah, C tier. Okay. Eduardo Valencia. This card's not bad. He's really good against lefties. Once again, he'll probably fall around the B tier. I think he might be a little better than Posada. No. Posada, switch hitting this year is it is that important. So I'll put him below Posada in the B tier, but above guys like Gary Carter, Ivan Herrera, Piazza. He's a Topps Now card, so like kind of whatever, but not terrible, Not a terrible card. Nathan Flewelling. That's who we got next. I really don't like that vision at 76. Probably going to find himself around here. I think I'll put him in between Herrera and Helfrich. He has really good power against righties, or hitting stats against righties, just in general. 107, 114 against righties, but against lefties, he's not good, and his vision is 76, and I don't like that. He's fine defensively, nothing crazy. So, B tier. Now, Drake Baldwin, I'm pretty sure this card has reverse splits. He does. That's interesting. 78 vision, though, could be much better. I think he's definitely better than Flewelling. I'll put him above Valencia. I think he may be above Posada, actually, because I do really like his swing. It's just the vision is kind of bad. Posada has bad vision, though, too. So, yeah, I'll put Baldwin at the top of the B tier. I'm okay with that. Now, Hunter Goodman. He has really good power at 116 and 105, but 60 vision is horrid. And 85 clutch is really bad as well. Remind me of Dingler's stats again. Oof. I'm going to put him middle of the C tier. I don't like this card really at all. On All-Star, I guess he's fine. Usable, but like even then, I don't know. 60 vision is pretty rough. So I think he's a C tier. Yeah, that's cool with me. Now Shea Langoliers, this card might also be around the C tier. 80 clutch is just terrible, in my opinion. I will put him D tier. 77 vision and 80 clutch is just not usable. Also 80 contact against righties, 81 power, and 115 power. The 115 power against lefties is kind of carrying this card's overall, in my opinion. He does have really good pop time and a really good arm, but he can't really hit the ball, especially against righties or with runners in scoring position. So he will be in the D tier. And now we are on to the Home Run Derby cards. Ben Rice and Wilson Contreras. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Ben Rice is better than Contreras. Or maybe not. Yeah, Ben Rice has much better vision. 110 power, both sides. And both of their defense, they're both bad defensively. So, like, really bad. In the 50s. Plus, it's a secondary for both of them. So, yeah, D tier, I would say. As a DH, that's a different story. Maybe they're B tier. But as a catcher, neither of them are really that good. But I kind of would prefer Ben Rice, actually, because he has better vision and slightly better contact, which is weird. But yeah, they're both in the D tier because they're both awful defensively. Absolute liabilities in the field. So, yeah, that's that. Okay, next up, Vaughn Lackey. I have heard some good things about this card. He does have 77 vision, which I don't like, but 95, 106 contact, 87, 95 power, and 105 clutch. Decent defense. I'll put him at the bottom of the A tier. He can also play third base, although, I don't know, if you're using him, I'd probably say use him at catcher. Yeah, I think he's worse than Mauer, definitely, but probably better than Baldwin and Posada, so I'll say he's an A tier. He's solid card. Really the only thing wrong with him is the 77 vision, so, that's not a terrible thing to have going against you, I guess. Now Cal Raleigh, this is a really weird one. His defense is kind of whatever, and his power is insane, but his contact is kind of a liability. 86, 96 contact with 56 vision. 56. 95 clutch also. I'll put him at the top of the C tier. On All-Star, I think he's fine. I think he will be good. But even on All-Star, I think you'll struggle with that vision. Because 56 is just really bad, man. It's really bad. So, I'll put him at the top of the C tier because he is a switch hitter, and he does have crazy power. And his contact could be worse, I guess. Just, I don't know. For a chase card, I thought he would be better. But I guess he strikes out way too much. All right. With our next card, I think we have our very first S tier alert, Victor Martinez, 99 overall. Of course, he's S tier. He is insane. Not much else to say. Defense is pretty bad, so that does hurt him a little bit. He might not be the best catcher in the game because of that defense. Much better at first base, in my opinion. Salvador Perez. Honestly, with his swing, he doesn't really have any... I don't know. I'm going to put him in A tier below this Adley because I was using 97 Adley over Salvador Perez, and Adley's a switch hitter, so I think he gets the edge for that. But Salvi is really good, and he's a really good free option, so definitely no shame in running Salvi at catcher. That card is really good. Next up, it's Jason Varitek. This card is similar to Salvi, but he's a switch hitter with better defense. He's an S tier for me. Worse than Victor, in my opinion, but Varitek is an S tier card. I do like his swing from his other cards that he's had. What was the last card that he got? I don't even remember. I know he got one. I'm blanking on it right now, though. All right, next up, Gabby Moreno. Insane contact. Reminds me of Mauer, but does Mauer things a little better than Mauer. So I think for that he would have to go above him. But is he better than these two? That's the real question here. I don't think so. I think I'll keep him right here, slightly above Joe Mauer. So, A-tier card, pretty good. Could be better. Liam Hicks, new Threads card. Very interesting, because he's insane against righties, awful against lefties. 116 vision and 114 clutch definitely help him out, but 80 contact versus left and 73 power versus left. Yikes. This is a much better pinch hitter than he is a catcher. His defense is also pretty bad. I'll put him in C tier. Maybe the bottom of C tier. Well, I don't actually know. Maybe I'll put him in D tier. I'll put him below the home run derby cards. He's really not good, just as an overall catcher. He's not very well rounded. So, yeah, he's got some pretty big holes on this card. So, D tier, you can have... There are a lot better options. All right, and our final catcher. Wow. All right, we're already done with the catchers here. Adley Rutschman, the 99 overall, the new Threads card. And for me, this card is... He's in S tier. He is. But is he better than Victor as a catcher? I don't think so. I think I would still rather, if I had to choose one, I would rather run Victor Martinez at catcher over Adley. Adley is the better defender, obviously, but Victor's hitting stats are just that good. So, Adley will go in S tier, above Varitek, but below Victor Martinez. So this is the list for catchers. I'll go ahead and save that. So, yeah, this is what we got. S tier, Vmart, Adley, Varitek. Then I think it's a step down. Adley, Salvi, Ted Simmons, all the guys. Is there anything you all disagree with here? Let me know. But Napoli is the only one in F tier. Okay. But yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. At least in my opinion. These are my opinions, so I can do whatever I want with this tier list. But yeah, I'd say V-Mart, best catcher in the game, Adley, best primary catcher in the game, and then Varitek not far behind. He's actually really good. I do want to give him a try on my team at some point. But okay, let's go back out here and go to first baseman. And we're going to rank our first baseman now. There are a lot more first basemen. This is going to take forever. Okay, I need to speed this up. Okay. Cody Bellinger, the 95 overall. Cody Bellinger. What position is he? Is he a left fielder? I think. Yeah. This card was amazing at the time he dropped. But now he is just, since we've got since we've got 8 other Cody Bellingers since this card dropped, he is not as good anymore. I will say he's still solid. I'll put him in C tier. I might move him around. He's the first one in this tier list, so it might be kind of, I don't know how this list is going to go yet, but for now, I'll have him in C tier. He might move around later. Might not. I don't know. Dick Allen. He is our next first baseman that we're looking at. He's not a first baseman, though. He's a third baseman. But he plays first, so he's in here. Insane against lefties. Really, really bad against righties. 110 clutch. 60 vision. F tier. 60 vision just doesn't play. Defense is bad, although defense doesn't matter as much at first base. Yeah. I think he's F tier. I'll leave it at that. Next up, we have Mauricio Dubon. He can play just about everywhere, so you're going to see him at every position on this tier list. Defense is amazing, but defense doesn't matter as much. I don't value defense at first base. So I think Bellinger's better. So is he C tier or is he D tier? He has really good contact. 102, 84 contact, 100 and 110 clutch. 100 vision and 110 clutch. 90 power against lefties, 70 power against righties. I'll put him in C tier. I don't think he's bad. He's worse than Bellinger in my opinion. But I don't think he's bad. And he has that versatility. At other positions, he might be rated a little higher because of that defense. I'm putting him in D tier. I'm making a switch. Yeah, I'm putting him in D tier. Sorry. Next up, Isaac Paredes. This is the first actual first baseman I'm talking about, I'm pretty sure. Which is funny. Wait, is he a first baseman? He's a third baseman. Okay, I just lied right to your face. Whoops. Hitting stats are cool. I don't like his swing. I really don't like his swing. I think he is worse than Dubon. Hello? Okay. Worse than Dubon, in my opinion. He's D tier. Just not all that great. Now, Bo Lawrence is our next guy we're talking about. Interesting card. Can't really hit lefties, at least not for power. 96, 103 contact, 89 vision, 104 clutch. I'm going to put him in D tier, I think. I'd probably prefer him over Paredes, but not Dubon. He's just kind of whatever. 90 power against righties isn't even that good. So he doesn't really do anything well. He just kind of does a couple of things pretty good. Or pretty okay. So, yeah, for that reason, you are in D tier. D tier? Yeah, D. All right, George Brett up next. Card's actually good. 108, 105 contact, 101 vision, 106 clutch. I do like a swing as well. First base is a secondary for him, but I'm not really valuing that. 80 power, 76 power versus righties and lefties, respectively. I think Bellinger's definitely better, but this card's not bad. Who else do we got in here? Yeah. I'm fine with him in C tier. I might move him around. I thought about putting him in B, but then I'd probably have to move Bellinger up, and it just might mess up everything else, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. A lot of third basemen in a row here. Ace Reese. Definitely a power guy. 110, 102 power. I don't know, the vision is 68, which is bad. The contact doesn't blow me away. Sorry, I'm checking my phone. I think he's worse than these two, but maybe better than these two, or these three. I don't know what his swing is like, so he kind of gets screwed there. I don't know if he has a good swing. If he does, somebody let me know. Maybe he's C tier. But there are better options, much better options for first base here, in my opinion. All right, next up, Luis Arraez. I have still yet to talk about a primary first baseman here, which is kind of funny. He basically has maxed out contact, and vision and clutch. So for that reason, I'm putting him above Bellinger. But there's a better Luis Arraez card, and B, his power is really bad. 57, 54 power. He's a contact guy. I get it. But, yeah, just not all that good. And next up, it's Willie Castro. Willie Castro, switch hitter, amazing swing. The power is okay, 87, 81 power. 72 vision, though, I don't like. I'm debating which one he should go in, A or B. He has pretty good defense and speed, and I think that's kind of wasted at first base. He can play a lot of different positions. I'll put him at B for now because I would value his defense and speed a little more at another position. So that's where he will find himself. I think he'll probably be towards the top of the B tier by the end of this, if I had to guess. But, yeah, just not, I don't know, kind of wasted at first base in my opinion. And Hunter Goodman up next. We've already talked about this card. We already know what he looks like, but I'll put him. Where did I put him? Did I put him in D tier or C tier before? I think he's worse than these cards. He's better than Paredes and maybe Bo Lawrence. But I would take Dubon over him, most likely. No, I wouldn't. I'm changing my mind a lot right now. Hunter Goodman, he'll be in D tier. He's kind of whatever, in my opinion. Okay, what do we have next? We have Miguel Vargas. This card, 62 contact against righties. I don't know why they did him so dirty, but for that, he's much better as a pinch hitter than an actual third baseman. So, if you're going to use him off the bench against a lefty, because that's where he thrives. He's 101, 116 against lefties, contact and power. Against righties, he's terrible. And his defense is kind of whatever, but defense doesn't matter at first base. I need to remind myself of that. 84 vision and 91 clutch isn't bad either. So, I mean, it's not good, but it's not. It could be worse, I guess. So, D tier for Miguel Vargas. Blaze Jordan up next. A lot of third basemen on here that we're talking about consecutively. Blaze Jordan, he's solid all the way around. I'd prefer him over George Brett, I think. 109, 101 contact, 90 vision, 107 clutch, 95, 92 power. As a pure hitter, he might be better than Bellinger as well. I'm going to put him in B tier. Below Willie Castro, though. Yeah, that's what I have to say about him. I think his swing's pretty good, too. I have used him a little bit, and his swing's pretty good. So, yeah, B tier. Not bad. Colt Keith is basically, he's a righty killer, but only a righty killer. It's hard to rank him because he's so good against righties, but so bad against lefties. 110, 115 against righties, and then 80, 66 against lefties. 91 vision, 109 clutch is good. I'll put him above Miguel Vargas, but I don't know. Yeah, he's fine right there. Okay, hold on. I am gonna make a cut here because my cat is going crazy at my door right now. So I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. We are back. Was I just talking about Colt Keith? Yeah. He has the pinch hitter quirk as well. I forgot to mention that. So he's an amazing bench bat against righties. You can't start him. You just can't. So don't. All right. Next up, Jack Caglione. Now, defense here won't hurt him as much because it's first base and it doesn't matter so much. He has 110 power both sides, of course, home run derby card. 97, 89 contact, 75 vision, and a decent swing. I'll put him in C tier, below George Brett. Obviously, he's like a power first kind of guy, and I don't love those cards, but, he might be solid for somebody. Somebody out there likes him, I'm sure. Sorry, I had to burp again. Ernie Clement, I know, is very popular with some of the community. He does have a better card, so I'm not going to rank him too high. He has 118, 114 contact, 108 vision, and 107 clutch. 72 and 87 power. That's a good card. And good swing. He is B tier, for sure. Above Blaze Jordan, below Willie Castro. That is my opinion on Ernie Clement. I'll talk about his 99 a little bit more once we get there. But yeah, that's what I got for Ernie Clement. Next up, we got AJ Gracia. He's kind of balanced across the board. 107, 103 and 97 contact, 84 vision, 101 clutch, 98 and 93 power. He is a center fielder, but his defense in center field is not amazing, so I'd kind of rather play him at a corner or at first base. I think he's better than George Brett, so that's where I'll put him. I think Bellinger, I'll put him at the top of the C tier, and I'm getting a call, so I'm gonna make another cut. This was not supposed to be like this, but I'm sorry, it's what's happening. Okay, apologies. We are back though. Hopefully we don't get interrupted again, and we can actually finish this out with no more distractions. I think I just rated AJ Gracia. Yeah. So we are on now to Samuel Basallo, and we've already talked about him. I would prefer Ace Reese over him, but not Hunter Goodman. We'll put him in D tier with those two. And now we got a few catchers in a row here. Gary Carter, I'll put him in C tier. I think George Brett is slightly better, but nothing really crazy there. Joe Mauer, I think I'd rather use... I'll put him in A tier. I'll put him in B tier. I'll put him at top of B tier because I think first base is a much deeper position than catcher is. And I put him in A tier at catcher. And his defense doesn't hold as much weight as it does at first base. Or at first base as it does at catcher. So for that reason, I'll put him in B tier. Okay. Now we've got Gary Sheffield up next. And let me get a look at this card's attributes because I don't remember. He has 90, 106 contact, 95 vision, 106 clutch, 97 and 90 power. Pretty good hitter. Terrible defense, but once again, doesn't matter. I think I'd prefer Ace Reese over him. Maybe I'll slot him in right here. Yeah, that sounds good. He can hit a little bit, but once again, still outdated, and there are better options. Max Muncy. This card's interesting because his swing is awesome, but I know his vision and his contact are not the best. Let me take a look for myself. His vision is 77, and his contact versus right is 89. His power is good, though, and his defense is good, but defense doesn't matter. He's similar to Ace Reese, but with a better swing. I'll put him in C tier, probably above George Brett, honestly. Yeah, I'm cool with that. And then Nathan Flewelling, again, another catcher, someone we've already talked about before. Yeah, just kind of similar to Basayo, and I don't love that card, so it kind of just is what it is. Now, Tyler Soderstrom. I don't think this card is that good either. But, I mean, he can hit a little bit. 105 and 80 against righties, and 90 and 105 against lefties. Solid vision, 111 clutch, which is good. So I think he'll hang around here with George Brett. I think he's a little worse than George Brett, in my opinion. But, he'll slide in there at C tier with these guys. We got a lot of lefties in a row here. I'm burping a lot today, sorry. Salvi. Secondary position of first base, but yeah, he's really good. I'll put him in A tier. He's better than all these guys in B by kind of a lot. So, A tier for Salvi. Already talked about him, so not much else I can really say. And then next it is Junior Caminero. Horrible defense, but I can give him a little grace for that. His hitting stats are really good. 95, 104 contact, 92 vision, and 100 clutch, which for a home run derby card is pretty good. And then 115 power both sides. I'm going to put him in A tier with Perez, below Perez, but I think he's a really good hitter, and his his fielding doesn't hurt him as much at first base. Same thing could be said with Kyle Schwarber. This card might be a little bit better, though. Obviously, he made it further in the Derby, so he's going to be a little better. But at first base, I really like this card. I'll still put him below Salvi, in my opinion, but his swing is amazing. I mean, it's Kyle Schwarber. He's a better DH than he is first baseman, but still a very good option there at first base. Kazuma Okamoto is the next guy we're talking about here. He looks kind of like a home run derby card. 116, 110 power, 100 contact both sides, 74 vision. 74 vision is going to hurt him a little bit. I'll put him at the top of B tier. I think he's worse than Caminero. He's better fielding, of course, which at third base, that would matter more. But I know some people like his swing, so if you do like his swing, by all means, go for it. But personally, I think he's below Caminero and Schwarber. And now we're going to have our first S tier because Miguel Cabrera is the next guy on our list. He's a primary third baseman, but I would probably rather play him at first. Just insane hitting stats. He was our very first Legends and Flashbacks collection reward. Also, have I talked about a single primary first baseman up to this point? I don't think I have. This is kind of crazy. Anyway, up next, I believe it's Sean Keys. Yes, Sean Keys. This card's pretty bad. 97, 115 against righties, but 74 contact versus left, and 62 vision. Bad defense. He's not fast. The 115 power against righties is really carrying his overall. Honestly, I'm putting him in the F tier. Should I put him in the F tier? Maybe I'll put him in the D tier. I'll put him below Vargas. I don't know. I'll put him in the F tier with Dick Allen. He's better than Dick Allen, in my opinion, because he's a little bit more balanced, but still not well balanced. There are so many better options. If you're using this card, unless you're like the biggest Sean Keys fan alive, then you should not be using that card. Okay, Sal Stewart up next. From what I remember about this card, I don't like him. 78 vision, 84, 96 contact, 86, 100 power, nothing crazy. Nothing stands out on this card. I will put him above like the platoons here, but he's going to slot in at D tier. He's just not all that great. Next, we've got Pete Alonso. And this card is pretty well-rounded. 92, 96 contact, 81 vision, 100 clutch, 106, and 90 power. Kind of similar to Sal Stewart, slightly better hitting stats. And I do really like his swing, so that will play into it a little bit. I'll probably put him like around here on the D tier. Pretty high up there, because his swing is really good, and he's well-balanced. So, he's in the D tier, though. Still not great. Outdated at this point. You know how it goes. Wally Joyner. I also forgot that this card existed. Wow. Okay. Really not great. 92 and 90 contact. Vision and clutch are good at 102 and 107. 100 power against righties. 70 power against lefties, though. So he's going to be down here in my D tier as well. He's also like a platoon, but he's worse than these platoons. So he'll be at my D tier, but in the bottom. And now I'm getting an Amber Alert. There's just a lot going on today. Yeah, bottom of my D tier. He's not very good. I don't know what his swing plays like, but I mean, I don't think I want to know. He's not very good to begin with. TJ Rumfield is up next, and this is a spotlight card. He has 120 clutch, which is amazing, but 98, 101 contact, 91 vision, 103 power versus right, 71 power against lefties. So similar to Wally Joyner, they're built the same, like structurally, but TJ Rumfield just does it a little better. I'll put him above a few guys. He's a few spots above Wally Joyner in my opinion, but still not great. I do like his swing. I think I remember that about this card, but 25 speed also is just awful. Not that it really matters a whole lot, because that card's not great anyway, but yeah, that's what I got. Carlos Santana. He will be in my A tier, actually. Below the Home Run Derby cards, but switch hitter, amazing swing, pretty good attributes as well. Just a very good card. Like, solid balanced attributes, but nothing crazy. The swing is really what makes that card stand out, and the fact that he's a switch hitter, and he can play catcher. So, he's got a few things going for him, at least. Hank Greenberg is our next man up here. 100 and 115 contact, 85 vision, 101 clutch, 80, 90 power. I do like his swing, I will say that, but I think he's going to... I'll put him, like, in the C tier, above Gary Carter. His swing does play, and he has good contact and good enough power, so... You know what, that card's not all that bad, I guess. He's like middle of the road in C tier. And Chris Hakopian is next. I I believe he's a primary second baseman. He can play a few positions, which is, good for him. And he's pretty balanced stat-wise. 103, 109 contact, 95 vision, 109 clutch, and 91, 97 power. So, kind of similar to Blaze Jordan, just a little bit better. And I do like his swing. I'll put him in B tier. Card's good. I would probably rather play him at second base because there are better options at first base. But yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad at all. So, next up, Eric Booth. Okay. They gave this card first base secondary. I don't know how he played in, I guess, high school because he's 17 years old. So I don't know if he actually plays first base, but he is as a secondary on this card, which is cool. The card's good, and he has 99 speed. I would just his fielding and speed is kind of wasted at first base, so I'll put him in like B tier, probably above Hakopian and Blaze Jordan, but like as an outfielder, I would rate him higher. It's just at first base that fielding and speed kind of get thrown out the window because it doesn't matter at first base, and like that's a lot of what that card is good at. So I do like his swing. I like the card. I like the swing. The hitting stats are fine. He's just not a first baseman. He should be an outfielder. Ben Rice is our next man up here. I've already talked about him. He's worse than these two home run derby cards, in my opinion. But I'll put him like here in the B tier because he's still a great hitter, and at first base, that's where he belongs, or DH. But once again, better options are available. And another home run derby card up next here, Bryce Harper. I think I would rather have Ben Rice, in my opinion. I don't know. I think Bryce Harper's swing is better. They're very similar cards, almost identical. But I do like Harper's swing better, so he'll get the nod there over Ben Rice. And then Matt Olson up next. Vision at 75 could be better. Contact at 90 and 91 could be better. So I do like his swing. Clutch at 87 is also pretty bad. He's probably going to go in the C tier. I'm going to put him at the bottom of C tier. I think Caglione is a better hitter than Olson, and at first base, that's what really matters. So, yeah, he'll go in the C tier. Yeah, he's fine there. All right, Murakami up next. I think, yeah, this card is the worst of the home run derby first baseman. Honestly, I'll put him like at the bottom of B tier. He's a good hitter, 71 vision, 80 contact versus lefties. Maybe I'll drop him a little bit, actually. I'll drop him to C tier. I think I'd probably prefer AJ Gracia over him. I'll keep him there. They definitely kind of did him dirty with that card compared to the other home run derby first baseman that got knocked out in the first round. Whatever. Ted Simmons is our next one here. And I think I'm going to put him in A tier. Slightly above Carlos Santana. Maybe above Caminero, actually. I've already kind of talked about that card, and I do still think he's an A tier card, even at first base. So yeah, I would prefer him over Caminero for the switch hitter, and his attributes are slightly better than Santana's. So yeah, that's where we'll put him. Bryce Eldridge. I don't think this card is very good though. Where's he at? Yeah, 73 vision. Don't love that. His contact is solid, though. He's built similar to like a lot of cards down here. So I'd probably prefer Muncy and George Brett over this card, but I'll put him over Soderstrom at least. Middle of the road. He's fine. Better options. He's fine. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I actually really like this card. His swing is amazing. I'm going to put him in B tier. He's better than the Home Run Derby cards, in my opinion. And maybe I would put him like right there. Okamoto, I think, is better, but yeah, Vlad is pretty close there at least. He's good. That card's really good. If you haven't tried him, you're looking for a corner infielder, give him a shot. Freddie Freeman. This is a free card, which is nice. Unfortunately, that doesn't play into the ranking here. I think he's built similar to Joe Mauer, just a little bit worse. A little more power, but a little bit worse. I'll put him above the Home Run Derby cards and below Willie Castro. I do really like Freddie Freeman's swing, so that helps him out a lot here. And he's got good contact, 84 and 80 power, which is whatever. You know, you can get by with that. All right, now Lance Berkman is next. This card is really good. I'm going to put him in A tier. It's just where in A tier. I think he's better than Ted Simmons, and he's better than Schwarber. I'll put him above Salvi, since he's a switch hitter. 115, 103 contact, 87 vision, 120 clutch, 102 and 88 power, with a pretty good swing, too. This card definitely deserves A tier, and I would probably prefer him over Salvi, just for the fact that he's a switch hitter. And now Wilson Contreras. This card is, you know, kind of weird because his, where is he? Oh, sorry, I'm looking in the wrong spot. His vision is only 72, which is a problem. So he's worse than the A tier guys. I do think he might be worse than these two, actually. I'll put him above them for now, but like Bryce Harper and Ben Rice both have better vision. I'm actually going to put him below those two. Yeah. They're built very similar. These two just have better vision and slightly better contact, I want to say. Yeah. That's weird. That's weird. The 97 is worse than the two 96s. Yandy Diaz. I actually do really like this card. Like, a lot of contact. He's built similar to Joe Mauer, but he's better than Joe Mauer. I think he's better than Vladdy. I'll stop at Okamoto. So, Okamoto's still at the top of my B tier, but Yandy is a close second. Very underrated swing, too, in my opinion. He's got 120 and 111 contact, 98 vision with maxed out clutch. So, he can hit it. And 80 and 87 power as well. Guys, we got to talk about Ryan Howard. Every single year, they screw him over with the vision. Every single year. And it makes him unusable. On higher difficulties, at least. He has 116 and 100 power, which is really good. He just has 64 vision. So, like, what are we doing? I'll put him above Bryce Eldridge slightly, but he's a C-tier card. I don't know what... They always screw him with the vision, and it infuriates me because he has a chance to be so good. I really like his swing, but they just can never give him adequate vision, which annoys me. It annoys me greatly. Okay. Next up is the 98 Cody Bellinger. Is he a left fielder primary? Yep. So similar to his 99, better than his 95 for sure. And I had his 95 in the C tier. I'm going to put this 98 in the A tier below Schwarber and below Ted Simmons. He's in the A tier, though, for sure. Yeah, that's what I got for him. His 99 will be rated higher, but also his defense and his arm should be in the outfield, so maybe I'll dock him a little bit for that because he shouldn't be at first base. But if you need to put him there, I guess he can be there. And now Nicholas Kurtz, this card, once again, the vision, 63 vision, worse than Ryan Howard, but he does have better overall stats, so he will go in my B tier. I think I'll prefer him over the Home Run Derby cards slightly, but still, the vision is really what holds him back. If he had good enough vision, I think he would be amazing. His swing is really nice. It's just a shame that he gets bent over with all of his cards because of the vision. Okay, now 98 overall, Bryce Harper, the cycle card. Where did I put other Bryce Harper? I think this card's definitely better, but not by a whole lot. I'll put him at the top of B tier. I think he's better than Okamoto. He has a better swing, for sure. And, this card at least has a little bit more speed and a little bit more contact and clutch and everything. So, yeah, he'll be at the top of B tier. But I think I would say everybody in A tier is better than him. So, yeah, that's my reasoning there. Andres Chaparro, he's a lefty killer, and that's about it. 92, 120 contact. Guess which one is against lefties. And then 95 and 105 power. 75 vision. Could be better. But, he's not terrible. I think he's a better bench bet than he is a first baseman, which is, kind of a theme here with a lot of these first basemen. I will put him below the Home Run Derby cards, but slightly above Ernie Clement. Yeah. I haven't really tried his swing out, though, so I don't know. He might have a really good swing, and maybe that makes him really good. I don't know. But Ryan Braun is our next card, and this card's actually really weird. He's very similar to Andres Chaparro, who we just talked about, but he's better against lefties, maxed out against lefties, contact and power, same vision, roughly the same stats against righties. So I'll put him right down there with him. I mean, it's a very similar card, just slightly better at the thing that Chaparro does well. So, yeah. Okay. And now these next three cards, I'm going to go 3 for 3 here. All these three are going to be S tier. Sorry to spoil it, but Pujols better than Miggy, in my opinion. Just is what it is. Although at first base, I would probably rather have Pujols at third or a corner outfield spot and then Miggy at first base. But then Victor Martinez clears them both. So, yeah. And then Bellinger. Loki, actually. I'm going to put Bellinger at the very top of A tier. I don't think he deserves to be in S tier with these three. I think he is a little step down from these three, so we will treat him as such. And then Ernie Clement. He shouldn't be playing first base, realistically. He should be playing somewhere in the infield other than first. But That being said, I do still think that he is better than Salvi. Better than Schwarber, for sure. Amazing swing. Amazing contact. He's like in the 110s, in the 1-teens with all of his contact numbers. And 80 and 92 power is good. So, yeah, that's an A-tier card. I would still prefer Bellinger, and I would still prefer Berkman, probably. But I could be swayed either way here. I would just prefer the switch hitter. Those are my thoughts. Now we have a few Tops Now cards. What position is Jace? Jace Bowen. 69 vision, which is nice. 86, 95 power, 91, 101 contact. He's kind of mid. Yeah, like I would prefer a guy like Gary Carter over him. I'll put him at the bottom of C tier. I'll take him over Olsen, but towards the bottom of C tier. He's just not that good. It's a Tops Now card. He can play a bunch of positions, though. He's 95 speed, if you need versatility somewhere. I don't know. Cody Clemens, this is a very, like another platoony card. What position is he, though? I can't find this card's stats. Well, this is awkward. Hang with me. Is he a left fielder? Brother. Found him. He's a right fielder. Actually pretty balanced. I thought he would be like a platoony card, because he normally is. I keep forgetting I can do this, but I'll let you look at the card. Pretty balanced across the board. He can play a bunch of positions. I would not play him in center field, though. I don't know. I think I'll put him somewhere around the B tier. Probably towards the bottom. I would prefer Eric Booth over him, but not a bad card, actually. Pretty good for a Tops Now card. And then Eduardo Valencia making another appearance here, this time as a first baseman. He's similar to Cody Clemens, a little worse. I would prefer Blaze Jordan over him. I'll put him at the bottom of B tier, because I think he is above these cards, but I'd prefer Blaze Jordan. So, yeah, that's that. Now, Royce Lewis, second baseman, Royce Lewis, which is interesting, but he can play first and third as well. 109 and 98 contact, 78 vision, 110 clutch, 109, 95 power. Similar to Cody Clemens, slightly worse, slightly better than Valencia. I'd probably take him over Blaze Jordan, maybe. Yeah, that's where I'll put him. I'll put him in B tier. He's pretty good. Okay, now we have found our little streak of spotlight cards in a row here. Andrew Monasterio is our first one. Really good contact. 90, 104 power as well. So, the card is not bad. Definitely don't play him at shortstop, if you do play him at all. He's better than Royce Lewis for sure. Probably better than Chris Hacopian. I'd take him over Clemens too. That's where he'll stick. Put him there in B tier. B tier is getting kind of loaded. Not gonna lie. All right, who's next? Ty France. Let's go take a look at Ty France. I know that this card is very good against righties. He has reverse splits. 120 and 107 against righties, 98 and 83 against lefties, 80 vision, 106 clutch. He's probably going to find his way into the B tier as well. It just is what it is. He looks similar to Andrew Monasterio, but like flipped. So Ty France has better fielding. Not that it really matters at first base, but they're very similar cards, except Ty France is better against righties, and Monasterio is better against lefties. It's pretty even, though. And now, Esmeralda Valdez. This card came out a few weeks ago, but 120 clutch is really good. He just got shafted with 65 vision, so unfortunately I can't put you higher than the C tier. But I would prefer him over guys like Greenberg. I'll put him in the Ryan Howard range. I'll say he's better than Ryan Howard. Yeah, he's got 102 and 115 power. As I said, 120 clutch. So, I think he has a good swing, too, from what I've heard and what I remember. But yeah, just got really bad vision on that card, so can't put him much higher than that. This card, though, has worse vision. He has 120 and 125 against lefties, so he's the platoon of all platoons, but 90-90 against righties, 60 vision is bad. Pinch hitter quirk, though, so if you want to throw him on the bench, you can. Good luck with the vision, because it's bad. Okay. All right, Ezekiel Duran up next. I don't love this card. I think he's C tier. He's got 90 and 110 contact, 80 vision, 106 clutch, 107, and 80 power. So he's better than like the platoons because he can kind of hit both sides. But like, I'm probably taking. I'll put him at the top of C tier. Yeah, he'll be at the top of C tier. That's fine. Now, Big Papi is up next. This is an interesting card. Twins David Ortiz. Interesting. I'd say as a first baseman, he's better than Bellinger. He'll be at the top of A tier, but I think Bellinger is the better card because of his defense and speed. But David Ortiz has better hitting stats. So that's my reasoning there. Liam Hicks. I ranked this card very low as a catcher, and I'm going to do the same here because now he's even worse as a first baseman. Honestly, I'm going to put him in F tier. Just because, you shouldn't be using that card at first base. Or really at catcher. Maybe on your bench. But is what it is. Curtis Mead is... Wow, we're getting close to the end here of the first baseman. It's another New Threads card. We have 4 of those to end this off. Good power, 109, 105, 92, 102 contact, good vision, 111 clutch. I think there are better options for sure. Like, I'll probably put him right here behind Willie Castro. I'd probably prefer to use Willie Castro since he's a switch hitter. But, yeah, all these guys are better than him, I would say. So, that's what it is. Now, Nathaniel Lowe, another 98 overall New Threads card. And he's very much a platoon bat. 121, nope, I haven't paralleled. 120 and 115 against righties. 85, 80 against lefties. 80 vision, maxed out clutch, though. That's something. I think he'll go in B tier, above some of the spotlight guys here, and above, above Ryan Braun, because he's better at hitting lefties than Ryan Braun is at hitting righties, if that makes sense. But I think I'd prefer these home run derby cards over him still. So yeah, we got 2 more first basemen here. Luis Garcia Jr. and Luis Ariz. A couple Luises to end us off. Luis Garcia Jr., 110, 110 against righties, and 90, 90 against lefties. 95 vision, 116 clutch. Good card. I really do like this card. Amazing swing, also. immaculate. I'm going to put him in A tier. I'll actually put him above Berkman, just because that swing is so good. And he can kind of hold his own against lefties. He's a good card. He is. And then our final card that we're talking about here is Luis Arraez. Maxed out contact and clutch. Basically maxed out vision too. 73 and 71 power. I think he's a better second baseman and a third baseman than he is a first baseman. I'll put him slightly below Luis Garcia, and below Berkman and Clement. No, I like him there. The card's really good. He has maxed out defense, so he's a better second and third baseman than he is a first baseman, but still a really good card. Really fun card and a good swing. Also, throw a power mod on him. He's got 82 and 80 power, which is very much usable. And that is our first baseman tier list. Yeah, so here it is. 3 guys in the S tier. V-Mart, once again, Pujols, and Miggy. This is the A tier. I think I'm happy with this. Yeah, I think I like these rankings. Again, let me know if you disagree on any of these. Who should be higher? Who should be lower? Avoid these cards at all costs. Unless Liam Hicks is on your bench, then maybe don't. But yeah, that is the first baseman tier list ranking. Oh boy, I really gotta speed this up because this is gonna take a while. So, on to second baseman now. All right, let's just get through this. Let's do it. Cedon Rafaela, 95 overall version of him. He has a better card, good defense, but he's more valuable in center than he is at second. We're going to start off with an F tier maybe. His hitting stats are not good. He has nothing above 95 and only one stat above 90. He has good speed, though. Good defense. I'll put him in D tier. Maybe I'll change my mind on that, but I kind of doubt it. And then next up, it's Mauricio Dubon. I've talked about this card already. He can play everywhere, though. I will put him in the C tier again, but he's not bad. He's a better second baseman than he is a first baseman because of that defense. He's got maxed out defense. So, yeah. Jim Jarvis. Tops now. Jim Jarvis. Is he a shortstop? He is. So, second base is a secondary position for him. He does have good defense. He'll have Gold Shield defense at second. 116 contact versus righties and 95 contact versus lefties. 100 vision, 99 clutch. Sub 80 power both sides. I don't know. I think this is another D tier. I'd prefer him over Cedon, but card's not great. Could be better. And then Tyler Tolbert. Is he... What position is he? There he is. 120, 109 contact is good. I like the 113 clutch, but 72 and 64 power is just rough. He does have 95 speed, though. I'll put him in C tier, below Dubon. He's kind of whatever. His defense is not great, also. Just not realizing. But, he can swing it a little bit. He can get you some singles. And, that's all right. Definitely better options, though. 100%. Mookie Betts is our next card we're talking about. 95 and 97 power. 90-91 contact. 99 clutch. He's a C tier card. He really does nothing well. He does everything kind of okay. And he's a 96 overall, but he has one stat that's at a 96 or above. 2 stats, sorry. clutch and power versus left. So, yeah, not all that great, actually. And then Sean Figgins is our next card we're talking about here. He's a primary third baseman, but still pretty good defense at second. 70 and 66 power, 107.99 contact, switch hitter. I will say he's in B tier. He is a switch hitter, maxed out speed and stealing, good contact, good fielding, sneaky pop, good swing. He'll probably be towards the top of B tier, if I had to guess, by the end of this. And now, Jose Ramirez, another third baseman with a secondary of second base. Similar to Sean Figgins, but worse speed, worse contact, better power. Worse swing, though, in my opinion. I'm putting him right below Sean Figgins. Two switch hitters, though. A lot of people like his swing more than I do. I just really don't like his cards. So I don't know if that's just a me issue or if other people have that problem. But yeah, that's my opinion on J-Ram. Isaac Paredes, low-key, he might be D tier. His offense is good enough. I'll put him at the bottom of C tier for now. He has bad defense, and that hurts him more at second base than it does at any other position that he plays. So, yeah, he's gonna be below these guys. Now, Sam Antonacci, 120 contact versus righties and 120 clutch. That's good. 96 vision, 85 contact left, and 50 power left. Yikes. He does have 92 power right, though. Pinch hitter quirk, he's a good pinch hitter. 81 speed. As an overall card, his defense isn't great, too. Sorry, I just punched my headset wire. I'm going to put him in D tier, because as an overall card, he's not that great. Defense at second base is bad. Defense in left field, where his primary position is also pretty bad, but it's going to be worse at second base. So that's where I'll put him. Samad Taylor is interesting. He's got good contact, 104, 120. 70 vision, though. 118 clutch. We like that. But 65 and 60 power. Don't like that so much. So, he'll go slightly above Antonacci since he's more well-rounded. He's also faster and has better defense. But, yeah, not by a lot, I'll say. Now, Colt Keith. We've talked about him. He is very much a pinch hitter / platoon. I'll put him above Tolbert. No, I won't. I'll put him above Isaac Paredes, though. Because, well, yeah. I don't have much to say about him. All right. I am trying to speed through this also. Not totally speed through it, but, like, move quicker than I have been so far. So, sorry if you're not getting, like, a good explanation for all of these rankings, but I need to move faster, especially with these lower cards. Caleb Durbin, good clutch, pretty good contact. Power isn't great. I'll put him below Dubon, but C tier. He's kind of whatever. Zach Geloff, really good contact. Usable power, too. Like high 80s / 90. Fielding is pretty good. He'll be at the top of C tier. He's better than these. Yeah, I'll keep him at C tier. I thought about moving him to B tier, but I really didn't like his swing when I used him. So he'll be in C tier. Sal Stewart, you know how I feel about this card. He'll be in D tier. Actually, I'd prefer Samad Taylor, especially at second base. Yeah, that's Sal Stewart. Okay, now at Kevin McGonigal, primary shortstop. 119, 103 contact, 78 and 80 power. 100 vision, 108 clutch. Good card. I do like his swing too. That is important. He'll be B tier, bottom of B tier so far. He's good. I like his swing a lot. Well-rounded. Power is usable, especially if you get a couple of parallels. And then the defense is also usable at second base. Probably wouldn't have him at shortstop. There are better options there. But yeah, not a bad second baseman. Now, at center field, nope. Ceddanne Rafaela, primary center fielder. I'm losing my marbles. I've been doing this for too long already, and I still have a lot to go. Interesting. I'm probably going to put him in B tier. Amazing fielding, 94 speed, 102, 110 contact, 86 vision, 112 clutch, 70 and 80 power. I would probably prefer J-Ram since he is a switch hitter and similar hitting stats, better power. But yeah, B tier. Solid card. B tier card. All right. What do we have next? Eric Becker. Kind of just a middle of the road card. 103, 95 contact, 94 vision, 106 clutch, 88 and 76 power. I'll put him below Geloff. His fielding is fine. I'll put him above Mookie Betts, though. I lied. Below Mookie Betts, C tier card. Tyler Bell. This card is good. Switch hitter. He looks actually very similar to Willie Castro. I haven't ranked Willie Castro yet, but he looks similar to Willie Castro. And I'm going to put him above Jose Ramirez, but below Sean Figgins. Yeah, that's my opinion. LeBron. Where's LeBron going? Let's say he has good speed and fielding. 90 and 102 power, 66 vision, though. Yikes. I'm going to put him down here in the C tier because he is a good card. He's just lacking a little bit of contact and a lot of vision and clutch. So, those are important things. Otto Lopez is our next card, and he has some contact. He does. He has 107 and 125 contact, 98 vision, 113 clutch, 65 and 73 power, though. Top of C tier. He can slap some singles for you. Really good defense, though. 81 speed also isn't bad. He's just a C tier card. I'd prefer McGonigal for sure over him, and I'd prefer him over Geloff. So that's where he lands. Brian Rocchio is actually a really good card here. 114, I have in parallel 1. Okay, 113, 94 contact, 100 vision, 100 clutch. Good. 94 power right, 75 power left. Could use some work with that power left, but he is B tier, in my opinion. I'll put him at the top of B tier. Really good swing. Switch hitter. Has better power than Sean Figgins. Similar contact. Less speed, though. Better defense. So, these two are really close, in my opinion, but I do like Rocchio because he's taller, easier to hit with, and a better swing, in my opinion. So, yeah. Brian Rocchio, I thought about putting him in A tier, but I don't know. I don't know if I can do that yet. Maybe. Maybe I can. Okay, well, Jazz Chisholm is our next card, and he is lacking a lot of contact and vision. He has good power, though. Good defense and speed. I'll put him here in C tier, towards the bottom. I don't really like this card, but maybe you do. I don't know. I don't love his swing. I'm sure somebody out there does. So he's all right. Jorge Polanco, A tier. Card is amazing. One of the best swings in the game. 92, 101 power, 90 and 100 contact. 108 clutch as well with 86 vision. It's a good card. One of the best swings in the game, in my opinion. That's an easy A tier. Cameron Cawley. He has 99 speed and stealing. But 76 contact against righties is just terrible. He does have good defense as well. But yeah, I'm putting him in D tier. I'll put him below Sal Stewart. I'll put him above Sal Stewart. That's fine. Really just not that good. Now, 95, Luis Arias. Probably going to find himself in C tier. I'll put him at the top of C tier, though. I mean, he's got like maxed out contact with 50s power. So he'll slap singles. He'll line out, the usual low power stuff. Joshua Kuroda Grauer. Not saying that one again. That was a mouthful. 102 and 125 contact with 112 vision and 110 contact or clutch. That's really good. He just doesn't have a lot of power. And he's a righty. He's not a switch hitter. So he's actually similar to Luis Arias, just with slightly better power, slightly worse contact, and he's faster. So it kind of just depends on what you value more. He also has worse defense, for what it's worth. I'll put him below Arias, because I do like... I don't know if I like his swing, but I do like Arias' swing. So that's what I'll do. Now, Ryan Sandberg. I don't know if I've looked at this card in a while, but 96, 110 contact, 100 for vision and clutch, 87 and 80 power. That's pretty good. I'll put him towards the bottom of B tier. Yeah, I don't hate that card. I don't hate that card. Travis Bazzana is an interesting one. I don't think I like this card. He's kind of a platoon. 118, 101 against righties, 81, 74 against lefties. That's just not that usable, in my opinion. So he's similar to Jazz, but better than Jazz. As an overall card, I like him better than Colt Keith. I'll put him here. I do like his swing. Maybe I'll put him above Durbin. But yeah, just not all that great. Kind of mid. Nasim Nunez. He is very similar to Luis Arias, but he is 99 speed and stealing. That'll help him. Also has diamond defense at second base with max bunting as well. Don't forget that. I will put him like right here. Nope, right there. Above Jose Ramirez, but below these other switch hitters. He's good. And he will slap singles for you. And he will steal bases. And he will drop bunts down. So, that's cool. Willie Castro. I said he was similar to Tyler Bell. I think he's a little better. I'll place them side by side, though. Obviously, another switch hitter. Another Rocky switch hitter. He's faster than Tyler Bell. Has slightly better contact and a better swing, in my opinion. So, yeah, Willie Castro will find himself there in the B tier. And then J.J. Weatherholt is the next second baseman to talk about here. This was another card I got P5 pretty fast. I was the 99th. He's got really good defense. 96 and 89 power, 185 contact, 83 vision, 101 clutch. So I'm thinking like B tier, below McGonigal maybe, above McGonigal. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I do like Weatherholt's swing a lot too. So yeah, I'm fine putting him in the B tier here. Now Ketel Marte. This card I almost want to put in the S tier. Can I put him in the S tier? Is that justifiable? I think it might be. I'll put him at the very top of A for now. Very good card. Maybe, like, he's still like a top 3 or 4 second baseman in the game, in my opinion. So, yeah. That's what we'll do. Very balanced, switch hitter, best swing in the game. One of, at least, the best swings in the game. So, yeah. I mean, I don't really need to explain much about him. Ernie Clement, already talked about him. I'll put him here in B tier, above Sandberg, below these lefties here. Next, Chris Hacopian. Yeah, I think I'm just going to put him also right here in the B tier. I think he's slightly better than Ernie. I think. Yeah. Yeah, he's got better power and similar contact numbers. Ernie has better contact numbers, but Ozzy, this will be our first S tier. Nope, S tier. He's really good. If you can hit with him, a lot of people don't like how short he is, but I mean, 100 and 120 contact, 100 vision, and 120 clutch, 93 and 90 power. Yeah. Also a switch hitter, amazing swing. I could go on. Ian Kinsler, kind of a new card from the multiplayer path. Card's good. Very balanced hitting stats. Mid-80s power, 98 and 112 contact. I will put him... I'll put him in the A tier, below Polanco, because Polanco's a switch hitter. But still an A tier card. He's really good. Also, diamond defense at second, so can't really go wrong there. Red Schoendienst. He is Sean Figgins, but slower. That is my analysis. So I'll put him below Sean Figgins. He is taller, though, for what it's worth, so if you struggle to hit with Sean Figgins, then maybe you'll like Red Schoendienst. Or if you like Sean Figgins, I think you would like Red Schoendienst for like the attribute distribution. He has maxed bunting, if that's your thing. I don't know. George Lombard. I really don't know what to make of this card because I don't know how good his swing is. And I haven't really heard much about him, but he has good defense, 85 speed, 95 107 contact, 85 102 power. So much better against lefties, but I would probably take him over like these cards. No. I'll put him like I'll put him here in between all these switch hitters in the B tier. He lacks a little bit against righties, in my opinion, but everything else on the card is really good. If he was just a little better against righties, I think he would be probably A tier, potentially S if he was that good, but he's not, sadly. So next up is 99 overall, Hannes Wagner. Let me find his stats. Yeah, maxed out contact across the board. Vision and clutch. 119 vision, but basically maxed out. So he's kind of like Red Schoendienst and Sean Figgins. Well, he has better contact than them, but he's not a switch hitter. I'm still going to put him above them, though, because he is better offensively than they are. And he's got 96 speed. You can parallel that up to 99. And he can play a lot of positions. So, yeah, I'll put him there. I like his swing, too. His swing is nice. Ernie Clement, this is going to be another A-tier card for me. Above Polanco, above Kinsler, not quite above Cattell, but Ernie Clement is a very good second baseman. I don't think I really need to elaborate there. Ray Durham, he is Ozzie Albies with a little more power and a little more speed. Like, how similar those two cards are is hilarious to me, honestly. Actually, he has slightly worse power. Interesting, but he does have better contact and nearly maxed out speed. Also diamond defense at second base if you parallel him a little bit. So, in my opinion, he's better than Ozzie. He's also an inch taller, if that helps you out. I prefer Ray Durham, but, you might prefer Ozzie, so I have Ray Durham as S tier, though, regardless. And then Dustin Pedroia, also S tier. He is below the two switch hitters, in my opinion, but 121 and 116 contact is amazing. 113 vision, 114 clutch, 76 and 85 power. Could be better. Could definitely be better. Fielding is amazing. Speed is good at 80. So, yeah, good card all around. I think people like his swing too. I'm not totally sure. But yeah, that is where we're at. What position does this fella play? I'll get there. All right, Sean Ross, he's a catcher. In a secondary, at second base, not the best defense, but not the best contact either. He will go in D tier. He has good power, but that's about it. Yeah, 65 vision is bad. I think I've talked about him already, though, so I'm not gonna elaborate too much on him. Jace Bowen is our next second baseman, left fielder in a secondary. Good speed, solid defense, solid power, solid contact, bad vision. So C tier, I guess. I would put him over like Bazana, but I think that's about it. Yeah, I'd prefer all these other guys before Bowen. So, yeah, okay. Now Cody Clemens, once again, we kind of know what his stats look like. I think I would prefer Weatherholt. I would prefer McGonigal, too. I think I'd prefer Ernie Clement as well. So, he'll be towards the bottom of B tier. Or I'll put him at the top of C tier, actually. I don't love that card. He's okay. But, like, I don't know. He's top of C tier. That's really all I have to say about the guy. And now, our final Topps Now card, Royce Lewis. I'm probably going to rank him... Oh, never mind. 78 vision. I'll rank him below Cody Clemens, but probably above these two. Yeah, that's what I got. I think I've already talked about him too. Joey Ortiz. This is a card I have not talked about, I don't think. He is really good defensively, and he has 95 speed. His offense, his power is lacking. His contact is good. So I think, like, probably bottom of B tier is where I'd put him. Above Sandberg, I'd prefer Clement, though, over... I'm going to do this real quick. I think I'd prefer Ernie Clement over Chris Akopian. I had a change of heart. Andrew Monasterio. I think I've already talked about him, too. He looks similar to Joey Ortiz, but he doesn't have as good defense or speed. Slightly better power, but I'll put him right below Joey Ortiz. Now, Nick Gonzalez, he is a primary third baseman, but insane contact, solid power, okay defense. Don't play him at shortstop, but okay defense and good speed. So really, these three cards are very similar. I think Nick Gonzalez is the best of the three, for what it's worth. So maybe I'd prefer him over Chris Hakopian too. But yeah, not that big of a deal. Ezekiel Duran is... Where is he? Yeah, he's probably like B tier, above the other Spotlight cards, but not by a whole lot. I'll put him above Cedon. He's good. I don't know. I've already talked about him, though. Bryce Terang. This card's interesting. I would say he's A tier for me, personally. I really do like his swing, so maybe that's why I'm a little biased. But 120 and 116 contact, maxed out clutch with 90 vision, maxed out fielding, 86 speed, 90 and 67 power. So power versus left really hurts him. I might actually drop him below Ian Kinsler. I don't know. His swing is just so good. I really like that card. I'll keep him there in the A tier above Kinsler. Arjun Namala is a primary shortstop, but he's a New Threads card. Really good against lefties. 117, 103 against lefties, and pretty solid everywhere else. I will put him... maybe like here, towards the top of B tier. I'd probably prefer Rocchio. But yeah, he's... yeah. I'll put him below Honus Wagner. Yeah. B tier, though. Pretty good. Curtis Mead. We kind of know what this card looks like. Really good power. Decent. Everything else. So, for me, I'd say Arjun Namala is better. And Lombard is probably better as well. You know what? I'm actually going to move Lombard up towards the top of B tier. But I'm going to leave Curtis Mead here. Maybe I'd prefer Nasim Nunez, actually. But yeah, that's where I'll put him. And now we only have two cards left. It's the Luises once again. At second base, I think Luis Garcia is a little bit worse than he was at first base because his defense is not the best. But I am still going to put him in A tier. Probably above Ernie Clement and Polanco. And then Luis Arias. Call me crazy. I'm going to put him in S tier. At the bottom of S tier. But, I mean, maxed out contact and vision and clutch. The power is a little disappointing, but maxed out fielding. And Pedroia has slightly better power, which is why Arias is below him. So yeah, that's our second baseman. I think I feel pretty good about those. I think these four... Cattell could probably be in S tier, now that I think about it. But I'll leave it how it is. These are definitely some of the best second basemen in the game. Cattell, definitely at the top of A tier. But these cards are really good as well. These A tier guys. And then this is B tier. Sorry. Anything below B tier I probably would try to move on from. No F tiers, though. So, that's something. All right. That was the second baseman. Now we're moving on to third baseman. All right. Who's excited? Okay. It's going to be a lot of the same cards, so I'm going to try to speed through this as much as I can. Sean Keys, F tier. Sal Stewart, D tier. Samad Taylor, also D tier, but slightly better. Antonacci, D tier. Jazz at third, which is not his primary. I think he's D tier again. Or no, he was C tier last time, I think. But now that he's in a secondary, D tier. Top of D tier. So, for whatever that's worth. Carlos Santana. How is his defense? I guess defense doesn't matter all that much, but it's okay. I'll probably have him towards the bottom of A tier. Yeah. And then J-Ram. Is J-Ram better than Santana? I don't think so. Like, I don't know. I would prefer Santana, but that's because I kind of suck with J-Ram. Yeah, their hitting stats are very similar, but Santana has better power. Obviously, J-Ram's better at defense and has better speed, but yeah, that's what we got there. Chase Headley, kind of an underrated card, but I think he's B tier. Switch hitter, 87 and 95 power, 95-90 clutch, which is pretty good. Good defense, good swing. Dick Allen, you're in the F tier. Sorry, bud. I'll put him above Sean Keyes, but if y'all saw the first baseman ranking, you know how I feel about Dick Allen. Mauricio Dubon. Defense doesn't matter as much here. I'll put him in the C tier. Murakami. Now, defense doesn't matter a whole lot, but when it's as bad as the home run derby cards defense is, then maybe it matters a little bit. So I think I'll put Murakami in the C tier, towards the top, but still not great. Isaac Paredes, C tier, as he has been in the past two rankings. Vladdy Jr., A tier. Yeah, he's not as good as Santana, I would say, but better than B tier. Very underrated card. Bo Lawrence. I ranked him for the first baseman, but I kind of forgot what he looked like. Okay. He's really not that great. I think he's kind of similar to Paredes here. So I'll put him right there. Eric Becker, he is bottom of C tier. Cameron Cawley. Remind me what that card looks like again. What position was he? Found him. He has 99 speed. Oh, he has 76 contact against righties. It's that guy. I don't want to put him in F tier, but I'll put him at the bottom of. Hello? Yeah, what is going on? Bottom of D tier. Okay. Ace Reese. This card is. He has a lot of power, but not a lot of contact, from what I remember. Yeah. 68 vision also is not great. I'll say he's better than Jazz, though. You know what? Maybe he's C tier. Yeah, I'll put him above these guys. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Matt Chapman. This is a card that we have not seen on this tier list yet. 97-91 power, 87-91 contact, not great. 76 vision, and 83 clutch, also not great. Good defense. It is a Gold Glove card, after all. But yeah, he's C tier. Honestly, he's D tier. He's not that good offensively. Luis Arraez, once again, 95 overall. I'll put him in C tier. Miggy, 95 overall. Miguel Cabrera. The Goodwill Miggy, if you will. He's actually good. offensively. Defensively, he stinks, especially at a secondary position here. I'll put him in B tier because I think he's a step above these guys, but I'd probably prefer Chase Headley. Maybe not. I'll put him above Chase Headley. He's pretty good. Max Muncy, he's better than these guys in my opinion, but he's bottom of B tier. George Brett we've also talked about. He has good contact. George Brett does. So that's something. And his swing is gives him some bonus points. I'd prefer him over Muncy, I would say, and probably over Chase Headley. So yeah, that's what we'll do. Joshua Croder, I forgot his name. He's D tier. I'll put him above Chapman, actually, but he's D tier. Ryan Sandberg, he was in B tier for second baseman, but now that he's out of secondary, he's slightly worse. And I think his defense was pretty good. Nope, I was remembering it wrong. So yeah, defense doesn't matter as much here. I would actually probably prefer Murakami. So, yeah, that's what I'll do. Bazana, I've talked about him already too. But yeah, not great. Not great against lefties. Good against righties, though. So we'll put him like above Bo Lawrence because he's similar to Bo Lawrence, but better. I'll put him above Dubon too, actually. And above Ace Reese. Yeah, let's do that. Freddie Freeman, I would not recommend playing him at third base. I mean, you could get away with it, but like, there are better options for sure. We'll put him in the B tier, above 95 Miggy. Yeah, he's solid. Sean Figgins, this is his primary position, third base. Put him above J-Ram, top of B tier. Because defense isn't as important, and he has pretty good defense. Willie Castro. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. This is going to be similar to like the shortstop ranking, because a lot of the guys, or the second baseman ranking, because a lot of the guys can play second and third, especially these switch hitters here. So I'll put him above Freddie, but below J-Ram and Sean Figgins. Miguel Vargas, D tier once again. I think he's slightly better at third base, but like his contact against righties is just so bad. They seriously gave him 62 contact versus righties, so that's just not usable. I want to put him in the F tier just for that, but I won't. Okay, Jim Jarvis. This card's okay. He lacks power, but I mean, I'll put him like above Eric Becker, I guess, in the C tier. I don't know. Yeah, he's fine. Blaze Jordan, this is his primary position at third. And I'll probably put him towards the bottom of B tier. I think that's where he was at first base too. So, consistency, I guess. Colt Keith, we know he's a platoon, but he platoons better than these guys. So, that's just what he is. Caleb Durbin, I've talked about him already. I don't love the card. I'll put him below Mauricio Dubon. Tyler Bell, I do like this card, but not as much as Willie Castro. So, B tier. B tier it is. Tyler Tolbert, this is maybe like towards the bottom of C tier. I've already talked about him as well. Ernie Clement, We're getting a lot of repeat cards, as expected, though. Once we get to the outfield, it'll be a little different. But for now, we're going to have to repeat some of these. I think Ernie definitely deserves to be in the B tier. I'd say above George Brett and above Chase Headley. Honestly, kind of above these guys too. Sue me. LeBron. I'll put him next to his teammate, Eric Becker. C tier. Not great. Rafi Devers. This is, I believe, the first time we're seeing this card in this ranking. It is 110, 93 contact, 86 vision, 113 clutch, with 95 and 80 power. Also, really good defense. He's good. I'll put him in A tier. I'll put him below Vlad, but he's an A tier card, I think. Vaughn Lackey, this card making a return. Haven't seen him since the beginning of the video. He's not all that great. 77 vision. I'll put him... My cat just meowed at me. I'll put him at the bottom of... Hello? Bottom of B. Below Blaze Jordan. I'm cool with that. Zach Geloff, contact king, but kind of mid. C tier. McGonigal, I think he's solid. I think he's better than Muncy. Yeah. I would prefer Chase Headley, most likely, over him. I'd actually prefer Chase Headley over George Brett now that I'm thinking about it. And then McGonigal over Brett. I like that better. Andres Chaparro. I don't think he could play defense. He kind of can. He has 41 arm strength, though. Or 40 arm strength. So, don't put him at third base, would be my recommendation. But he looks similar to Vaughn Lackey with worse defense. So, take that for what you will. Chris Hakopian, he's solid, once again. Yeah, we're putting him below Ernie Clement. Slightly below. I'll prefer Freddie over him, too, actually. And Goodwill Miggy over him, too. Yeah, I like that. Now, we're getting into some good cards here. So, Junior Caminero. Let me take a look at his stats again. We haven't seen him since the first baseman tier list. 115 power both sides, 92 vision. That really sets him apart with the other Derby cards. I'll put him in A tier. I actually like him better than Santana. Even with the terrible defense, I think I like him better than Santana. Red Schoendienst, once again, slightly worse than Sean Figgins. Nolan Arenado. This is the first card that I'm considering putting in the S tier. Let me just look at his stats. I'll put him at the top of A tier. He has much better defense than Caminero, like by a ton. Less power, of course. Better contact, though. 102 and 110 contact, 94 vision, 110 clutch. Better everything, contact-wise. Worse power, though. 84, 96 power. I'd say Caminero's swing is slightly better, but they're both good. So, Arenado, top of A tier. I do really like that card. Now, Rock Chalowski. He's okay. He can be an A tier, I think. 102 and 106 contact, 80 vision, 107 clutch, 97 and 104 power. I'll put him above Vladdy in A tier, but yeah, he's like middle of the road in A tier. And then Kazuma Okamoto, sorry. Similar to Arenado, but worse vision, better power. So, is it worth the trade-off? I don't know. I don't know if it is. I'll probably put him in A tier, though. Better than Rock Chalowski? No. I'd probably prefer Rock Chalowski over him. But still pretty good. George Lombard Jr. is our next player that we're ranking here. He actually looks similar to Rock Chalowski, just worse. I'll put him below Okamoto as well. But still A tier. Card's pretty good. I do like him. Ryan Braun. I don't like this card. I think I have already said that. But he's a pinch hitter. That's all he is. So I'm probably going to put him in B tier. I would prefer a lot of these cards over him. We're going to put him like here, behind Ernie. He also has pretty bad fielding, which, isn't helping his case here. Okay. Ernie Clement towards the top of A tier. I mean, he might even be above Arenado, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Yep. That's what I'm doing. That's what I've decided on. George Kell. Crazy contact. 120, 125 contact, maxed out vision, and 120 clutch. 66 power versus righties and 80 power versus lefties. So he's kind of like Red Schoendienst, just a righty. And a little bit better power against lefties, but I'd prefer the switch hitter, honestly. And now we get into the S tier, because Albert Pujols is an S tier, of course. And so is Miguel Cabrera, right next to each other. Sean Ross, I remember this card being pretty bad. I think he's been in like every position so far, which is kind of annoying. 65 vision, yeah, he'll be D tier, I think. I'll say like top of D tier. Sure. Jace Bowen, it's just the same cards over and over again. I'll put Jace Bowen below Dubon. Above Durbin, though. C tier. And then Royce Lewis. Ooh. I'll put Royce Lewis above Bazana, I guess. I don't love that card, though. Joey Ortiz. I want to pull up his stats again. Yeah, I mean, he's all right. Good contact, good speed, good fielding. Not great power, though. So, I don't know, maybe B tier? Maybe like right there. I'll put him above Muncy. But yeah, not great. Ty France, another kind of similar card, I think. He will find himself in B tier as well. Just below Miggy. But yeah, not great. Also, Ty France doesn't have an arm, so that kind of hurts him. Andrew Monasterio, I think he's got pretty bad defense, if I remember correctly. So I will rank him lower than Ty France. Honestly, lower than Joey Ortiz. Yeah. And then Nick Gonzalez, probably the best of these spotlight cards. Not by much, but at least he can play a little defense. Ezekiel Duran actually is the best of these spotlight cards. I'll put him above Braun and above 96 Ernie Clement. Okay. Now we get to the new Threads cards. Arjun Namala. He's built similar to Rock Chalowski, but a little worse. I'll put him like here, towards the bottom of A tier. I'd prefer him over Vlad and over Devers, but yeah, still A tier, still good. Curtis Mead, don't love him. Don't hate him though. I'll put him below Ezekiel Duran. And then Luis Arraez. He gets a little worse, in my opinion, as a third baseman. So I'll put him towards the top of A tier. I think he's a better second baseman than he is a third baseman, but still not bad because he doesn't have much of an arm. So not a great third baseman there. And then Adrian Beltre, the new chase card, is our final player that we are ranking for our third baseman. And I'm going to let you see his stats here. 116, 121 contact, 100 vision, and 120 clutch. 90 and 85 power, maxed out defense. So, I think he deserves S tier, but I think he's below the other two. That's my ranking on Adrian Beltre. I do like his swing, for what's worth. But yeah, that is my third baseman tier list. We've got Pujols, Miggy, and Beltre in the S tier. And then this is the A tier. I'm pretty happy with this, I think. Of course, let me know what you'd change. Let me know where I went wrong. As always, screw these guys down here. And let's go to our next position, which is shortstop. Shortstops. Here we go. All right. Okay. Cedon, starting us off, D tier. JR, it's a lot of repeat cards, guys. It's a lot of repeat cards. Cameron Cawley, come with me, F tier. Sorry, I just had to pick him out of the crowd and put him down there. I mean, there are some new cards in here at least, so it's not a complete repeat. But yeah, I'm going to fly through these probably. These shortstops. Actually, whatever. But yeah, we're flying through these shortstops. Whoops. Okay. Cool. Got to restart. Anyway. Yeah, shortstop is a pretty loaded position from what I remember. At least I think it is. So we should have some. This might be our busiest S tier that we've had so far, which I'm excited for, personally. Okay, Ketel Marte, A tier. I think he's a better second baseman than he is shortstop, but still one of my favorites. And then Sean Figgins, of course. Willie Castro. Just take your usual spots, guys. Bo Lawrence is a C tier card. Same with Durbin. I've kind of memorized like where I'm putting all these guys now. Pretty funny. Tyler Tolbert, D tier. Actually, I think his defense was pretty bad, so I might be totally wrong. I have no idea. It's like 1 a.m. right now. Hakopian, B tier, above Weatherholt. Yes. Same with Clement, above Weatherholt. Cedon Rafaela, defense matters a lot more here, so I will kind of value that defense. 99 Arnie Clement. Is he a better shortstop than Cattell would be? Just defensively? Not really. They're about the same. Cattell might actually be a little better. Polanco, I really don't like him at shortstop, though. Bad fielding, bad arm, bad reactions. And that will cost him a little bit here. So, yeah. Didn't really cost him much, I guess. Nasim Nunez, I'll put him above Jose Ramirez, actually, here. Zach Neto, this is a new card, finally. 95 overall. 70 vision, though. And 70 fielding. Yikes. I want to put you in the F tier just for that. I'll put you towards the bottom of D. I'd prefer Cedon. You know what? I'm going to do it. No, I'm not. I'll put him in D tier. Lindor. This card's still pretty good, I think. No. 85 and 90 contact just doesn't really cut it anymore. And then 77 vision, 90 clutch. There are better cards out there, although he's a switch hitter and he does have an amazing swing. So I'll still keep him in towards the top of C tier. Jacob Wilson, 103, 120 contact, 110 vision, 120 clutch. But he has 60 and 72 power. His defense isn't great either. I'll put him above Dubon. Aiden Ruiz. This card, he's a switch hitter. 90s contact, 87 vision, 100 clutch, 80 and 71 power, really good defense, 83 speed. Okay. Since he's a switch hitter, I'll rank him above Hakopian. And above Polanco, actually, too. Polanco's a better hitter, but shortstop defense does matter here. I'll put him above Cedon Rafaela, too. All right. Now, Bo Bichette. Good against lefties. 116-84 against lefties, but only 74 power against righties. 81 vision is not the worst, but yeah, I think there are better options here. He'll be in C tier. And then Eric Becker. This is actually his primary position. He's kind of similar to Bo Lawrence. And I don't love that Bo Lawrence card, so. I'll actually put Bo Lawrence above him. Derek Jeter. This is a card we haven't seen yet. I would not recommend using this card for how expensive he is. But 120 and 100 contact, 88 or 86 vision, 115 clutch, 71 and 73 power. With average defense. Honestly, I'd rather use Lindor to be real with you. Tatis is up next. 65 vision is rough. It really is rough. Defense isn't great either. I'd probably rather play him in right field. But, he's still pretty good. I'll put him in B tier. Above these guys. Above those guys. Mookie. This card's really not that good. I'll put him below Lindor in C tier. I'll put him below Jeter, too. But yeah, that card really could be so much better. Jim Jarvis. We'll put him at bottom of C tier. Not great. Corey Seager. Okay. This is a fan favorite swing. Pretty balanced hitting stats. But I don't know. Could be much better for sure. I think his swing kind of carries him though. I'm going to put him towards the top of B. Yeah, at the top of B tier. Okay, now Tyler Bell, worse than Willie. We kind of know how it goes there. Dansby Swanson, 97? 97 Dansby, 80 contact versus righties. I don't like that. 82 vision is kind of whatever. But yeah, I'm going to put him kind of below Dubon, maybe above Dubon, slightly. Above Jacob Wilson, too. And above Bo Bichette. Okay, I swear I'm going to stop moving him up now. LeBron, D tier maybe. And let me get a refresher on that card. 66 vision, I really don't like. And 85, 92 contact is not great either, so. I mean, his defense and speed are pretty good. I'll put him in C tier. Not that big of a difference. Okay. Up next, Otto Lopez. Good contact, not a lot of power. We kind of know how this goes. Yeah, he's Jacob Wilson, but better than Jacob Wilson. So, Jacob Lombard. I actually haven't looked at this guy. 93, 95 power with 74 vision, 90, 94 clutch. Just kind of mid across the board. Has good speed, pretty good defense. I don't really know. I don't really know where to put him. He'll be C tier. Brian Rocchio. This is an A tier card at shortstop. Switch hitter, great swing, pretty good stats. The only thing that's lacking is power against lefties, but that's fine. Trevor Story, 99 and 96 contact, 76 vision, 109 clutch is nice. Good speed, 91 and 95 power. So his defense is kind of bad, though. 70 defense. I'll put him at the top of C tier, I guess. I know he has a good swing, so that's nice, I guess. Now, Kevin McGonigal. Ooh. I'll put him in B tier, but where in B tier? I'll put him above Polanco. But, you know, solid card is what it is. Jeremy Pena. Is this card any good? Where's he at? 120 clutch stands out. 109, 115 contact, 84, 70 power, 94 speed. This card's good. Actually is quite underrated. I would put him above Cedon and McGonigal. Above Ruiz probably as well. I'll probably stop there though. 97 CJ Abrams. 50 fielding. He deserves F just for the 50 fielding. Like, as a shortstop, that's really bad. Maxed out clutch is really good, though. Oof. I'm putting him in D tier because that fielding is just awful and unplayable. But his hitting stats are pretty good. Lacking power against lefties, but is what it is. Now, 98, Bobby Witt Jr., this is definitely an A tier card. I would say above Rocchio and above Ernie Clement, just for the defense and speed. His swing is also crispy. Love that card. What do we got next, Reg? Shane Dienst? You know your spot, bro. Go right behind Sean Figgins. Grady Emerson is... Where's he at? Okay. 105, 97 contact, 84 vision, 105 clutch, 95, 81 power. Also good defense, good speed. Well balanced. Everything on this card is green. I do like that. I'll put him above. I'll put him above Corey Seager, actually. I really do like this card. And his swing. His swing is nice. Yeah, top of B tier. Good card. Rock Chalowski. I'll place him kind of like right below Brian Rocchio, just because Rocchio's a switch hitter. But I've talked about Chalowski already. Alan Trammell. I don't even want to talk about this card. For a 99, this card is terrible. I mean, 115, 125 contact. That's fine. 90 clutch, though? Come on. What are we doing? I'll put him at the top of C tier. He's not that great. Terrible swing, too. Perdomo, 99 overall. Geraldo Perdomo, he is in S tier. I mean, pretty self-explanatory. 100 contact versus righties, 125 versus lefties, 103 vision, 115 clutch, 83 and 81 power, good defense, solid speed. Also switch hitter, great swing. Probably should have mentioned that first. He's in S tier. George Lombard. These two cards are very similar, Chalowski and Lombard. Let me, compare them. I'd prefer Chalowski, actually. So, Lombard's still in A tier, but towards the bottom of A tier. Okay, now, Hannes Wagner is another interesting one. He's just like Red Shandians, but only a righty. He's not a switch hitter. Okay, I need to let my cat out of my room. I'll be right back. I'm not going to cut it, but I'll be right back. All right. Okay. What was I saying? Hannes Wagner, similar to Red Shandians, just not a switch hitter. Okay. Too low, easiest S tier of all time. Is he better than Perdomo, though? I think he is. They have... Okay, for one, Too low has better power, better fielding, better arm, better speed. He's just not a switch hitter. Is being a switch hitter that important, though? I love Tulo's swing, so I'm going to put him above Perdomo, but they're both very, very good. Both in S tier, obviously. And then come the spotlight cards. So, Joey Ortiz. Where does he fit in here? Not A tier, for sure. I'll put him slightly below Arnie Clement. And then Andrew Monasterio. I'm actually going to bump him down because his fielding is so bad. He has 66 fielding with reactions in the mid-50s and in the 60s. So, welcome to C tier, buddy. Now, Nick Gonzalez, is his defense good? I sure hope so, or else you're going to get the Andrew Monasterio treatment. His defense actually isn't that good. I'll put him at the very bottom of B tier because his offense is much better. So, yeah. Now, Ezekiel Duran. That card is pretty good. Hold on, I need to respond to a text. He has much better defense than the other guys that I talked about, so he deserves to be higher. How much higher, though? I like him better than Pena. I like him better than J-Ram, low-key. So, yeah, that's where we'll put him. Bryce Terang in a secondary position of shortstop. but still, awesome fielding. So, being in a secondary doesn't matter so much. I would prefer him over Duran and probably over Nasim Nunez as well. So, yeah, that's where I'll put him. And then C.J. Abrams. I think C.J. Abrams is also S tier. The defense is not great, but it is usable. And, I mean, is it usable though? 60 defense, 60 fielding. His offense is just so good. I'll keep him in S tier, but he is definitely at the bottom of S tier, in my opinion. Now, Arjun Nimala, I would say top of B tier. Maybe bottom of A tier. I'm not totally sure. His defense isn't great, so I'll say bottom of B tier. Or top of B tier. And that will do it for our shortstops ranking. Yeah, we have been at this for a while. Goodness. I did not think it would take this long. But here we are. These are my shortstops, though. Tulo, Perdomo, Abrams in the S tier, followed by the A tier. Of course, let me know what you think. Let me know what you change. Screw you, Cameron Cawley. All right. This next one, believe it or not, is going to be the longest one, probably, by far. We're talking about the outfielders. And I didn't want to differentiate them into positions, because then I would just have a bunch of repeat cards again. So we're just doing every outfielder. Every single one of them. Look at this behemoth. So many. So, yeah, once again, I'm going to speed through these, or speed through the ones that we've already talked about. And then hopefully it'll make this go a little quicker, because this is taking forever. Paul O'Neill is a new one. This is a new card we have not laid our eyes upon yet. So let me actually take a look at his stats. He's good, 113.83 against righties, 85.70 against lefties, though. Defense is kind of mid. Vision and clutch, pretty good. I'll put him in C tier. Or, no, I'll put him in C tier. Ted Simmons, I've talked about him already. He's an A tier, for sure. Antonacci, a known D tier member. That's where you belong. Juan Soto. 95 Juan Soto, I should clarify. 98 and 100 power. That's good. Amazing swing, terrible defense. And mid contact. Good clutch, though. I'm going to say B tier. Will I change my mind later? Maybe. But for now, he's in B tier. Hank Greenberg. I know I was kind of high on him as a first baseman, but he's a worse outfielder because of that defense and speed. He's a C tier. Randy Arozarena. This is also a new card. Let's talk about it. 110, 106 contact, 75 vision, 113 clutch. Everything there is good except for the vision. 83 and 80 power, mid defense. I think he's probably better than these two, but he's in C tier. Jeremy Burnitz. Is he? He's a right fielder, I believe. Yeah, so I know his swing is pretty good, and he has 100 and 106 power. 93 and 90 contact. Defense and speed aren't very good, so yeah, he might just be another member of the C tier. I'll put him above Arozarena since his swing is good. I don't know. We're going to have a lot of PCA cards to talk about in this one, but the 95 PCA, 55 vision, 86 and 95 contact, not great, but not awful. 73 power versus left. Also 59 reaction forward. I'm putting this card in F tier. I hate that card so much. We did not need that card. I don't know why that had to be a thing. That it was so pointless. It's comical though. It is funny. Jackson Chourio, he's lacking power, high 70s, lacking vision also at 73. Decent fielding. I think he will fit in nicely right here. C tier. J Ram playing left field. That's his only secondary position in the outfield. So J Ram in the outfield, he's got the defense and speed for it. I mean, for a corner outfielder. I would probably rather have him in the infield. So I'll put him in B tier, below Juan Soto. Chase Headley. I did not know he had a secondary position of left field, but he does. So, the more you know. He looks very similar to J Ram, slightly worse. So there you go. Cody Bellinger, the 95. Once again, must clarify when talking about all these guys that have 10 different cards. Bellinger, I would say he's better than the C tier guys, but I'll put him towards the bottom of B tier. I would prefer Headley and J Ram over him, in my opinion. And then Brandon Marsh, all-star card, 95 overall, 87 and 77 versus lefties. Defense isn't great. 75 vision, not great. He's kind of more of a platoon, and he does have the pinch hitter quirk, which is cool, I guess. I'd say he's worse than Paul O'Neill. Probably worse than Chourio, too. So, C tier it is. 95 overall, Aaron Judge. I forgot that this card happened. 50 vision. Are you serious? 56 speed isn't ideal for the outfield, and then his fielding in general isn't ideal for the outfield. I'm going to put him in D tier. He's also tall as hell and hard to hit with, so D tier it is for Judge. Dick Allen, you're coming with me. F tier. That was just an automatic F tier as soon as I saw him. Who do we got next? What is that card? Is he a center fielder? He is. Lucas Spence. 106, 95 contact, 78 vision, 102 clutch, 71 and 80 power. Yes, okay, I said that right. 90 speed as a center fielder and pretty good defense. I'll put him above Chourio, I guess. Not great. He's lacking power. Steve Finley. He was a headliner. 65 power against lefties. Yikes. Everything else is like 90 or 100 offensively. As a center fielder, though, I don't like that speed at 75. I'll probably put him towards the top of the C tier. Definitely room for improvement on that card. Ken Griffey Jr., 95 overall. 70 vision hurts. 85 contact versus righties hurts. That defense, all of his reactions are in the 70s and 76 speed. I'll put him slightly above Steve Finley because his swing is amazing. Oh, also 95, 101 power. That's good too. So, C tier. Not a great card though. Mauricio Dubon. He's a primary left fielder, so that's his best position. He has a good arm and really good fielding. I think I'll put him in C tier. Not much else to say about that. Matt Olson has a secondary position of right field, so he's on here. I would not play him out there, though. He has 38 speed. For that reason, he's going in the D tier. And then we've got 95 Byron Buxton. This is a card I have not yet talked about. Where is that? Yeah, that MFer. 58 vision sucks. Maxed out speed, decent hitting stats. I'll put him at the top of D tier because his vision is awful. He has a 99 though, so at least there's like a usable Buxton card in the game right now. Bryce Eldridge has, I think, corner outfield secondaries. 73 vision though, 45 speed. I don't love it. Similar to Olsen, slightly better. So, yeah, there's that, I guess, for you Bryce Eldridge fans. Roman Anthony, I remember this card was an event reward, and he kind of sucked. Yeah, 63 vision. I hate that. 113 clutch, though, is really good. I think he's kind of just a C tier guy. I'd say a little bit better than Griffey, actually. Top of C tier. Aiden Robbins, I don't know what this card looks like off the top of my head. So, let's take a look. 93 101 contact, 79 vision, 102 clutch, 81, 94 power. Defense, his defense and reactions are all in the 70s. 78 speed. As a center fielder, that ain't going to cut it. I'll put him above Buxton in the D tier because his hitting stats are better. But, yeah, not great. Not great. You really want good defense in center field. Cameron Cawley, come with me. I'll keep him above Dick Allen, I guess. Sorry, that was just another automatic F tier. Jake McCarthy. Is this card any good? He's 50 power against lefties. His reactions aren't great, but 114 contact versus lefties and 84 power against righties. Bottom of C tier. I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I want to put him in D tier, but I will stick with him at the bottom of C tier because he has 99 speed and decent defense. Terrible arm, though. I actually am going to put him at the top of D tier. Sorry, bud. Caden Sorrell. Pretty good fielding. Decent speed. 92, 81 contact, 67 vision. Yeah, you might be a D tier. I'll put him next to his buddy Aiden Robbins. Ace Reese apparently has a secondary of corner outfield. Left field. 110, 102 power. Fielding and speed, though, pretty rough. So I'll put him... He's better offensively than all these guys. So I'll put him at the top of D tier. To heck with it. I'll put him at the bottom of C tier. Luis Lara. Is he a center fielder primary? No. Bro, where is this card? Okay. 63 power against righties hurts him, but 102, 111 contact, 80 vision, 97 clutch. Pretty good. 85 power versus left. Amazing defense. 88 speed as well, 91 arm. Pretty good. He can play all three outfield spots. He's a switch hitter, too. Just now seeing that. Top of C tier. Yeah, top of C tier. He kind of swings a noodle. I'll put him at the bottom. Just figured I said that. Kind of swings a noodle, so not ideal, but he's fine. 95 overall Miggy now. Terrible defense. Pretty bad speed, too. But he can swing it, so I'll put him, if I can, at the bottom of B tier. He's still usable, honestly, so, we'll put him in bottom of B. Gary Sheffield, he can also swing it a little bit. He's the exact same as Miggy. Wow. These two are very similar. I think Miggy's a little bit better offensively, but they're like the same defensively. So, George Brett, I've also talked about him already, so I'm not going to give much of an explanation here. But I am going to go B tier with him, probably above Bellinger. Yeah. And now Riley Green. Pretty bad defense. I mean, could be worse. Pretty mid defense. 121 and 96 contact, 81 vision with 96 clutch, 103 80 power. Pretty good swing from what I remember, too. I'll put him above Miguel Cabrera and Gary Sheffield. Yeah. But I would probably prefer 95 Belly and George Brett and all them. George Springer now. I remember this card being kind of buns. Was I correct about that? His contact is not great. Defense isn't great either. 92, 89 contact, 70 vision. 100 and 104 power, though. So he's okay. I'll put him at the top of C tier. I think he's worse than these two righties, for sure. Potentially worse than Luis Lara. So, yeah, I'll do that. And then Braden Montgomery, I know a lot of people still use this card, but 70 vision and mid to low 70s on all his reactions, that's just not good to me. But he's a switch hitter with good power and decent contact. Ooh. I'll actually put him above Chase Headley. But below J-Ram, I think. And now Corbin Carroll. 70 vision, but really good defense and really good speed. 102 and 82 power as well. And 115 contact versus lefties, but only 80 versus righties. This card won't let you form a solid opinion on him. He's kind of weird. I'm going to put him slightly above Roman Anthony. And Springer, actually. But he's not all that great. Kyle Tucker. We're getting a lot of right fielders back-to-back. Very balanced hitting stats across the board, but isn't a great defender. But in right field, you can kind of get away with that. I'll put him above Belly and Riley Green. And above George Brett, too. So, yeah, Bazana, I have already talked about. So, once again, we are not going to elaborate too much. He looks similar to Corbin Carroll, just a little worse in my opinion. I'll put him below Steve Finley. Tatis, like I said, he is a better outfielder than he is a shortstop. So, with that being said, I think I'll put him towards the top of B tier. 65 vision is rough, though. It's really bad. Oh, well. Who do we got next? Sawyer Strauss-Snyder? Holy shit. Okay. 76 contact versus lefties. He has good power and decent fielding. But yeah, you're D tier for that. You're actually lower in the D tier for that. You just can't have that contact and expect results. Sean Figgins, I'll put towards the top of B tier. He's a switch hitter, great contact. He's been in like every ranking so far. Willie Castro, I would prefer him in the outfield over J-Ram. Yeah, that's about it. Hunter Goodman, is his defense any good? We're about to find out. Not really. It's quite bad. Okay. And as we know, he has 60 vision, and I just cannot put up with that. So, you'll go below Hank Greenberg. Sorry, not sorry. Miguel Vargas, F tier. Contact versus righties, as we know, is 62, and his defense is pretty bad. Mookie, I'm going to put slightly above Springer, not by much, though. No further elaboration. Blaze Jordan, he's better in the corner infield. I'll put him at the top of C tier. Trevor Condon, this is a new one. Haven't really looked at his stats. 102, 96 contact, 91 vision, 100 clutch. Diamond defense, 99 speed and stealing. Lacks some power, but still a pretty solid outfielder, you know? I'll put him above Chase Headley in B tier. He's not bad. Now Nick Castellanos, right field. He has good hitting stats. 107, 105 contact, 103 clutch, 98, 105 power. He does have 77 vision, which could be better, and he's a terrible defender. I'm going to put him at the top of C tier, kind of with Blaze Jordan. The bad defense, without the bad defense, I think he would be towards the top of B, but like as a DH, I think he's much better than C tier, but defense matters. Yeah, what do you know? Defense matters. Andy Pajes, good defense, really good arm, pretty good hitting stats. Am I going to put Andy Pajes in D tier or B? I lose my marbles here. Yeah, I think he's better than Miggy, and he might be better than Belly, actually. Can I move the card where I want to, please? Thank you. Yeah, that's where I'll leave him. Pretty good. Ronald Acuna Jr., I know this card is actually not a very good defender. And he's a center fielder. I would recommend playing him in left or right, but also 65 vision is pretty bad by itself, too. So maybe like here or above a Rosarena, I guess. Not great, though. We haven't gotten to like any good outfielders yet, which is unfortunate. I feel like I'm just dogging on all these guys. JJ Weatherholt, he's a better infielder than he is outfielder. I'll put him slightly below Castellanos. Also, his only secondary is in center field, and JJ has not the best arm and not the best speed. So I would not want that in center field. Tyler Tolbert, he can play center field pretty well. I just don't like the card very much, offensively at least. And we're getting our first like really good card, Ketel Marte. He'll be towards the top of A tier. If I made this tier list like 2 weeks ago, I think he'd be S tier. But it's not 2 weeks ago. It's now. 96 PCA. Wow. 71 contact against lefties. That's really bad. Defense is really good, though. Also 70 vision. Not excited about that. I'll put him below Steve Finley. Below Griffey, above Finley. And then, who do we have here? I can't read that name on that Topps Now card at this current moment. Oh, brother. Oh, this is going to take me a minute to find this card. Hold on. Who is that? Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm struggling right now. He's a center fielder. I just looked right past him. Petey Halpin. Okay. 55 power versus lefties. Get out of here. 82 contact versus lefties. So he can only hit righties. 105, 100 against righties. And I don't like guys that can only hit one side. So you're going to suffer the same fate as Jake McCarthy. D tier. Good defense, though. He can play pretty good defense in center field. And left and right as well. Ooh, Jack Caglione. This is interesting because he is a derby card, of course. So he's going to have bad defense. He has maxed out arm strength, which is cool, but not cool enough. I'll put him like below Burnett's. Just not great. Soderstrom. Oof. Where is this card going? I think he's better than Caglione at least. Maybe bottom of C tier? Because he kind of has poor defense, good arm, pretty good hitting stats, kind of like Sheffield and Miggy. I'll actually put him above Sheffield because I think he has better hitting stats than him. But, yeah. Okay. I'm cool with that. Seiya Suzuki, 97 overall. Seiya. 64 vision immediately. I hate that. But he actually has decent defense, which I didn't expect. 120 and 106 against lefties. 96 and 80 against righties. So I'll put him like slightly below Blaze Jordan, I think. Maybe below Luis Lara. And then 96 Arnie Clement. We have seen this card quite a bit today. His only secondary in the outfield is left field. And he doesn't have very good defense, actually. But I'll put him in. I'll put him at the top of C. I think that's a better spot for him. Wilyer Abreu, I think right fielder. What are his stats? 80 and 116 contact. I don't like the 80. 80 vision, 90 clutch. Good defense, though. Good arm. Just not the best hitter. So I'll put him like above Dubon slightly and above these two, but like C tier, not great. Drew Burris, center fielder, 8th overall pick. 90 and 100 power is good. Oh my god. Okay. I need to go take care of a duty, but I'll be right back. Okay, I don't really know what I was saying before I left, but Drew Burris, he's okay. He's kind of just decent at everything. 73 vision bumps him down a little bit, but I'd probably prefer him over Sheffield, so B tier. Ted Williams. This card actually kind of rakes. What are his... Yeah, he's got 119, 103. I have him parallel 3, my bad. 116 and 100 contact, 100 vision, 105 clutch, with 100 power versus right and 81 Power versus left. Not a very good defender, but I'd say I prefer him over Belly. And then everyone else too. So, yeah. I think he's a better DH than he is left fielder, but there are better options for sure. Now, AJ Gracia. Let's see where he is. I've talked about this card. He's similar to Drew Burress, but like better. So I'd put him above Soderstrom too. Actually, probably Riley Green. Yeah. Above Bellinger too. Okay, I'm done. Now, Tristan Peters is up next. Really good defender. 125 contact right, 101 contact left, 95 vision, 120 clutch. Power could use some work. But like, I'll put him above Soderstrom and Burris in the B tier. Not bad. Not bad at all. Heliot Ramos. Ooh, where is he going to land? He has good hitting stats. Like, around 100 to 110 on everything except for 73 vision. Defense is pretty mid. I think he's similar to Castellanos. A little better. So, that's where we'll put him. And then 97 Beltran. He's a right fielder, but he can play center field. I wouldn't recommend it because he has 50 speed. But, I mean, I think he's towards the top of B tier as a right fielder. He's got a really good swing, pretty good hitting attributes too. So, yeah, top of B tier for 97 Beltran. And then Garrett Mitchell. Ooh, 64 vision and 71 power left kind of hold him back. Everything else is fine. But I'll say, I don't even know, man. That's not where I wanted to put him. I want to put him like maybe here. I don't know. He has 99 speed. I think that is worth something. So towards the bottom of C, but not the very bottom at least. So James Wood. James Wood do what? That's not funny. 57 vision. That's like on the verge of banishment to F tier. But luckily all the other hitting stats are good. The fielding isn't great though. But once again, 57 vision. That's really bad. I'll put him above Marsh actually. But like, yeah, no, I don't like that. Zach Geloff. I've talked about him already as well. He's got good contact, decent power. He can play center and right field, but I would probably just stick him in right field if you're going to play him in the outfield. So yeah, we'll do C tier for him. Towards the top, though, so not bad. Zion Rose up next. I don't actually know what this card looks like. 96 100 contact, 86 vision, 100 clutch, 96 power, with 88 speed, and silver defense in left. I'd say he's B tier, but where in the B tier? I think he's better than these guys. So yeah, like middle of the road B tier. That is cool with me. Kevin McGonigal. I was not aware he could play in the outfield. He can play center. But he's not very fast and he doesn't have a very good arm. And he would have silver fielding out there too. So yeah, that'll hurt him for sure. I say we put him like here, right in front of Cags. Because I don't want that defense in center field. I just don't. Derek Curiel. I think he's better than Zion Rose. Yeah, he is. A tier, potentially. I don't know. 110, 103 contact, 88 vision, 110 clutch, 89 power versus right, 82 power versus left. With gold defense in left. Dude, I might have to put him in A. 81 speed, too, on top of that. I'm going to put him towards the top of B. He's definitely better than Zion Rose. These two cards are similar. They're opposite-handedness, but similar stats. Curiel's better, though. And then Cedar Rafaela, his defense in center field is amazing. Also maxed out arm strength, 94 speed. So that definitely helps him. Yeah, I'll put him like above J-Ram. Maybe above Soto. Maybe above Tatis. Yeah, that card's good. Especially in the field. And in center field, that's very valuable. Speaking of center fielders, Eric Booth Jr., I'm going to rate him much higher here in center field than I did at first base. He's better than Trevor Condon. Probably near Rafaela. He doesn't have as great reactions as Rafaela, but he's a much better hitter, in my opinion. I'm actually going to put him above Sean Figgins, too. And above Derek Curiel. Okay. Chris Hakopian. I'm sick of this dude. Why can he play everywhere? Get out of my tier list. He can play left. So, not very well, though. Unfortunately, he's going to go near the Castellanos area. Probably, he can play it a little better than Clement, so I'll put him at the top of C tier. 98 Juan Soto. Yeah, this is an A tier card for sure. I will read his stats, but yeah, that card is gross, dude. 106, 104 contact, 100 vision, 104 clutch, 115, and 81 power. The defense isn't terrible. It's like silver defense. Could be better, but it's Juan Soto. That card's very good. So, easy A tier. Tony Oliva is our next card. Right fielder, maxed out contact versus right, 90 versus left, 108 vision, 115 clutch, 95 power versus right, but 65 versus left. Good defense, too. I mean, I'll put him in B tier. I'll probably put him above Tatis. But yeah, he's pretty good. He does have the pinch hitter quirk, so I'd recommend using him off the bench if you're going to use him, because he's very much like a platoony kind of guy. Lance Berkman, that's another A tier card. He's just, he's really good. Switch hitter, good hitting stats, okay defense, is what it is. Cody Bellinger, 98. Cody Bellinger, I'm going to put in, A tier as well. But towards the bottom, his power is not great, but everything else is pretty good. Also 91 fielding in left field. That's good. 98 Aaron Judge. Oof. I don't think I'm going to be very high on this card. 61 vision, 92, 91 contact, not very good fielding, also very tall. Yeah, I might put him... I'm putting him in the C tier. The card's just not that good. Yeah, I don't like hitting with that card, so he will be in the C tier. Red Schoendienst, wherever Sean Figgins is, will be right next to him, of course. Byron Buxton. 95 contact both sides, 75 vision, 95 clutch, 115 and 90 power, maxed out speed, diamond defense. I'm going to say A tier. His swing is awesome. Contact could be better, vision could be better, but yeah, this card is really good. Buxton always has an amazing swing. So that's that. Now we've got Shohei. This is Shohei as a right fielder. He would have bronze defense out there, so not that great, but 97, 100 power, and 108, 92 contact, 71 vision. I think I'm going to rate him near where Judge is. I'll put him at the top of C tier. But, like, yeah, not great. 98 overall PCA. Okay, we're finally getting to the good PCA. The only flaw on this card is 63 vision and 65 forward reaction. I'm still going to have him in A tier, just because a ton of people love his swing. He's got almost maxed out speed, almost maxed out arm, maxed out fielding, and reactions right and left, but not forward and back. Those are kind of not as good. Good power, too, and good contact, actually, against both sides, which is rare for PCA cards. So there you go. Max Clark is our next one. He's lacking... I feel like I just spit everywhere. He's got high 70s power, both sides, so he's kind of lacking there. But he's got like 100 contact and vision and clutch. Also 99 speed. Better fielding than PCA. I'm putting Max Clark over PCA. Maybe not. They're very close. They're extremely close. I would probably prefer PCA for the power, because the contact is similar, a little better with Max Clark. Kind of just comes down to what you prioritize. Cedric Mullins. Now, is this card better or worse than PCA? In my opinion, I'm saying slightly worse because his swing, I guess, isn't as good. But he has better contact, better vision, better clutch, worse power, worse speed, and worse defense. And a worse swing, I guess, if you want to put that into the equation too. So, yeah. But still an A-tier card. Like, he's still good, in my opinion. So, just not the best center fielder in the game, probably. As Marilyn Valdez, ranking him again, 65 vision. Eesh. Yeah, we've been over this. I'll put him above like Riley Green in the B tier. Yeah, that's where I'll put him. I'm cool with that. Still no S tier guys, so interesting. Okay. Esteury Ruiz. I know this card is good. He's much better against lefties. Also 71 vision, kind of rough. 105 clutch though. 113, 101 contact, 82, 104 power. Also maxed out speed and stealing. I'm gonna put him towards the top of B tier. I do like his swing, personally. Did I just mess this up? Oh my god. Okay. Somehow I just messed this up. So I'm gonna reset these to like what I had it before, and then I'll be right back. So I'm making another cut here, but I'll be right back. Okay, so we've made it back to where we were. That was annoying and frustrating, and it took forever. But we're back. We have everybody in the right place, I think. or around where they should be, at least. But I think they are exactly where they should be. And now we continue with Kyle Schwarber. He's an interesting one because his hitting stats are so good and his swing is so good, but his defense is so bad. And since this is like an outfielder's thing, it really matters. I'm going to put him in B tier just because of his defense, but as a DH, he might be an S tier, or at least top of A tier. But I'm not doing DHs because that would take way too long. So he's a much better DH than he is an outfielder. Just keep that in mind. Jordan Walker, kind of a similar deal here. Defense, not the best, but still usable in right field. Also, I wouldn't say better hitting stats, but very similar hitting stats to Schwarber. And then Mike Trout is our next one. Obviously, he's going to be an A tier. I think he would go above all these guys, in my opinion. Let me take a look at his stats. Yeah, 100 contact both sides, 117, 105 power. His swing is really good. His swing is so good. So, yeah, I think he has to go there. Yordan Alvarez. He will suffer the same fate as Schwarber. I'm actually going to put him in A. His defense is horrible, but his hitting stats are that good that he's still in A. He would be an S tier. He's an S tier hitter, but he's not an S tier outfielder, like as a total player. So that's my reasoning there. Willie McGee, maxed out contact both sides, as well as clutch, maxed out speed and stealing, diamond defense. He just has 60 and 72 power. I wouldn't say he's A tier, but he's definitely, or I wouldn't say he's S tier, but he's definitely A tier. So he's just lacking the power. Everything else is amazing. Literally, even bunting. Okay, and now we will have our first S tier. Brother, can I place a card in S tier? Thank you. Ken Singleton is our first S tier outfielder. Let me just read off his stats to you. 120, 109 contact, 101 vision, 110 clutch, 96 and 90 power. Gold defense in right field, but if you parallel him up, you could get it up to 90, 95 arm strength, 63 speed. Switch hitter, of course, and amazing swing. He's S tier. Has to be. Okay, now... Bellinger. 99, Cody Bellinger. I'm going to put him in S tier as well. Below Ken Singleton, but I think he is S tier caliber. So, yeah, that's where he deserves to be. And then Pujols will make it 3 straight S tier. I think he's better than Bellinger, but not as good as Ken Singleton, since Ken Singleton is a switch hitter. He does have that over Pujols, but yeah, that's what I got. And then Andrew Jones, I think he's also better than Bellinger. Maxed out defense and reactions on everything. Also a really strong arm and like 90 speed. So, yeah. Not much else to say. Beltran, he's the best card in the game. So, of course, he's S tier. That's 5 straight outfielders in the S tier. And then in comes Sean Green. What does this card look like? 111 and 110 versus righties. 94, 87 against lefties. Pretty good defense, though. Good vision and clutch. 94 clutch isn't that good. But I'll have him like around here, maybe, in the B tier. I think he is better than Oliva because he's more well-rounded, and he has better defense than Tatis. So, My throat is starting to hurt. Oh my god. Oh my god, I've been at this for way too long. Okay. Ryan Braun is our next outfielder that we're ranking. You know how I feel about this card. I don't like him. Bad defense. He can only hit lefties. 75 vision isn't even that good. Honestly, I'm putting him like mid B tier. I'd actually rather have Zion Rose in left field than Braun. Sorry, not sorry. Honus Wagner, he's going in my A tier for sure. Probably above Max Clark. I would also put him above these two and above Bellinger. So yeah, about middle of the A tier is good for him. I'm not even going to say anything. Just going to drag you down to D tier. Okay. And then Jace Bowen, similar situation, except I'll stop here. Cody Clemens. These Top Snout cards I am just sick of. I guess I'll put him next to Willie Abreu. That seems right. Chandler Simpson. Okay, so he's kind of like Red Shandingst, except not a switch hitter and less power somehow. I'm gonna put him like middle of B tier. I don't think he's that good. His defense is actually good though. Of course, maxed out speed and stealing, but we expected that. And then Stephen Kwan is like Red Shandingst, except not a switch hitter, and that's about it. I'll put him below Tatis, but I'll put him above Tatis actually. Depends on what you prefer, the contact or the power. Heriberto Hernandez. What does he look like? Ooh, 60 vision is rough, but he's a lefty killer. I'm going to put him in C tier probably. Yeah. Probably towards the top of C tier. Not great though. 60 vision really holds him back on that card. Ezekiel Duran. He can play every position except for catcher, so that's cool. I'll put him towards the top of B tier. He's a pretty well-rounded card. And then Jackson Merrill. I need to look at this card again. 74 vision. I don't like that. 120 clutch is good though. 180 power. 95 110 contact. So I'm going to put him like here. Maybe above Beltran. Below Beltran. His vision is just bad. Okay, Lane Thomas. I really don't like Lane Thomas. We're getting into the new Threads cards here, though. Is he a center fielder? He is. 76 vision, 84 contact versus righties, and bad defense in center field. Sorry, buddy. You're in the D tier. I don't like that card at all. Dalton Varsho, another new Threads. These are all new Threads, so I don't know why I said that. Low to mid hundreds on everything contact, 90 and 78 power. I don't love that speed in center field though. He has 71 speed. I'm gonna put him just above Tristan Peters. Yeah. Bottom of B tier, basically. And then Taylor Ward, left fielder. 110, 124 contact is really good. 82, 100 power. 92 vision, 100 clutch. Defense is not great, but in left field it doesn't matter all that much. I'll put him ahead of like Ryan Braun and maybe Zion Rose. I'll put him like where Tatis is right now. Yeah. I'm comfortable with that placement. Okay. Now, Arjun Namala. I think I'm just going to drop him right above Taylor Ward. They're very similar offensively, but Namala is better defensively and on the base paths. Okay. Two more outfielders here. Both new threads, 99 overalls. Joe Adell, 88-85 against righties, 111-125 against lefties. And then 81 vision, 120 clutch. Very similar to Ryan Braun, but better than Ryan Braun. But I think worse than Taylor Ward. So, like, around here, I guess. Maybe better than J-Ram and Willie Castro. Yeah. That's good with me. He's a better bench bat than he is an outfielder. And then Zaire Hope is our final outfielder. Finally. My God, this was a big tier list for outfielders. 100, 107 clutch. 80, not clutch. Contact. Losing it, guys. 80 vision, 103 clutch. 102 and 90 power. Good defense. Pretty good speed. I'll put him above Bellinger. Maybe above Honus. Yeah, he's A tier. He's good. Good, well-rounded, good swing. And that will do it for the outfielders, finally. I'm losing my voice here. Oof. Okay. S tier is Beltran, Singleton, Pujols, Andrew Jones, Cody Bellinger. In that order. And then this is the A tier. This is the B tier. It's a big old B tier. And then C tier. Once again, a big old C tier. And then D and F. Okay. Whew. Now, starting pitchers. This is going to be another big one. And I don't know if I can handle another big tier list right now. But we're going to try. We sure are going to try. I think I'm going to talk less. I've been saying that. But I'm going to talk less for the lower overalls. Also, this guy right here without the picture, that's Sonny Gray. I don't know why he doesn't have a picture. But that's Sonny Gray. So just try to remember that. Okay. I'm judging them off of attributes, obviously. Delivery plays into it. And pitch mix plays a big role as well. So that's kind of what I'm judging these pitchers off of. Just so you have some sort of idea. Okay. Shohei, he's F tier for me. Very readable. Pitch mix is bad. Doesn't have great stats either. So, yeah, F tier. Taj Bradley, not bad. I'll say C tier. He has sinker cutter, decent per nines, pretty bad control though. 75. Voice crack. Sorry. Okay. Whew. Drew Rasmussen. Bro, my voice. Oh my God. This is rough. Okay. Ks per 9 on him are pretty bad. But he does have sinker cutter. I'll put him slightly below Taj Bradley. And now Walker Buehler. This is about to turn into like ASMR with me whispering. He has sinker cutter, but he doesn't have a changeup, which is a problem. Also, his K per 9 versus righties is 70. So, yikes. Baldo Jimenez, good pitch mix, good per 9s, good delivery. I'll put him in Bs here. Nathan Eovaldi looks very similar to Drew Rasmussen, just like slightly worse. I'll put him in D tier actually, because his per 9s are worse, and his pitch mix is kind of worse too. So his clutch is good. I'll say that. 95 Christopher Sanchez. Bro, F tier, above Shohei. He only has 4 pitches, and he has 64 K per 9 versus righties, and only 82 hits per 9 versus righties. In a switch hitter meta, that's not going to cut it. Okay. I need to stop talking as much about these cards. Joe Ryan, C tier. Sonny Gray. I know he has a good mix. Sinker cutter. No changeup, though. That's going to hurt him. I'll put him atop the C tier for now. DeGrom. Yeah. B tier. I think Ubaldo is better by a little bit. So yeah. Okay, Eduardo Rodriguez, sinker cutter changeup. I do like that. He doesn't have a lot of velo, but his per 9s are pretty good. Corey Kluber. We know he has a good mix, as he always does. Sinker cutter, slurve, and changeup. His per 9s, though, are just kind of mid for me, so I'll put him at the C tier. Michael Wacha. All-star Michael Wacha. Per 9s are solid. Sinker cutter, slurve, changeup for him, too. I'll put him above Corey Kluber because he has better per 9s and they have the same mix. Okay. Nolan Ryan, I'm putting in the B tier. I have trouble with him, and he actually has a slider this year, which is really nice to go along with that sinker and that outlier four-seam. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Nick Martinez. Bad K per 9 versus both sides. Good pitch mix, though. I'll put him at the top of the D tier. He does have 120 clutch, so I actually would prefer him over some of these guys. I'm going to move Rasmussen down to D tier. A little change of heart. Treya Savage, 4-pitch mix, four-seam, splitter, slider, sinker. Velo is not great, and his per 9s are just kind of mid. D tier, especially because of the 4-pitch mix. Honestly, I'd rather use all these guys over him, so yeah, bottom of D tier for Savage. Yeah, Foster Griffin. 70K per 9 versus righties, not good, but he does have sinker, slider, or sinker cutter, sweeper, changeup, which is good. So I'll put him at the top of the C tier. If he had better per 9s against righties, he would be good or solid, better. Steve Carlton, sinker, slider, changeup, no cutter, mid per 9s, especially against righties, which is the most important one. So I'll say like middle of C tier. That sounds good to me. Max Meyer, bad K per 9 versus righties. Sinker, slider, sweeper, changeup, four-seam, doesn't throw hard. I mean, a lot of these cards are just very mid. So, not much we can really do about that. Roki Sasaki. Four-seam slider, splitter, forkball, sinker. I think he might be B tier. Hello? I changed my mind. I think Foster Griffin's better. They're very close. Jacob Mizorowski, the 96. I think he's A tier. He's very hittable at times, but especially on Hall of Fame, I think he's good. So I'll put him in A tier. Hunter Green also I'm going to put in A tier as well. That card is underrated. He's got a nice pitch mix. I know he has sinker, slider, slurve, and splitter as well, so all the S's. But he's got really good hits per nine to go along with that, and 112 clutch. Logan Redman. He has a cutter and a changeup, but I don't like the sweeper and the curveball. His per nines are just okay. I'll put him in D tier. He's just not great. Excuse me, I'm going to take a water break. Okay. Logan Webb up next. Is this card any good? I don't really know. Solid per nines, sinker, cutter, changeup, sweeper. These cards always play above his attributes. I'll put him in B tier. I do like that card. Dustin May. 96 Dustin May, towards the top of A tier. That card has the best pitch mix in the game, and, well, he's just gross. Really good per nines as well. He's just gross. Chase Burns, I'm going to throw towards the top of C tier. He's a sinker, changeup, slider, maxed out clutch, which is interesting. Cole Carlin. Where is that card? 73 control. I don't love that. Also doesn't... He's a cutter, but... I don't know. Just kind of mid. I'll put him over, like, Nick Martinez. Okay. And then Zach Thornton. Where is he at? I don't know this card's pitch mix. Sinker, cutter, sweeper, changeup. Better against lefties, though. I would prefer that. I would prefer him to be better against righties. Switch hitter meta and all. But I'll put him in the B tier. Towards the top. He seems pretty solid. I think I've faced him a couple times. I don't remember how good he is, but I mean, he's solid. Justin Verlander, D tier. He's bad. Don't throw him. He's very predictable, very readable. That's what I have to say about him. I always get excited whenever I'm facing Verlander because I know that he sucks. Okay, this Christopher Sanchez still has 4 pitches, but better per nines. Still D tier, in my opinion. He just needs a 5th pitch, and he needs to have reverse splits too. This card has 84 and 80 hits per 9 and Ks per 9 versus righties. Just not going to cut it. And then the Giants draft pick. Who is this? Carson Bowman. Has a sinker and a changeup and okay per nines. I've seen this story before. C tier. Parker Messick. Sinker, cutter, slurve, changeup. 110 hits per 9 versus righties. He's pretty good. Yeah. B tier. Nothing crazy. He throws kind of slow, and I think his Oh my god. I'm talking too much. Okay. Ooh. Tegan Coons is up next. He has a cutter, but that's about it. I'm going to say he's like bottom of C tier. This might turn into like an ASMR ranking. I might start to whisper like this to save my voice. I think I'm going to do that. Is it still like loud enough if I whisper? I think it is. Okay. A lighter, I'm going to put in S tier, actually. I mean, this card's perfect for the current meta in the game. He's better against righties. Well, not really, actually. But he's really good against righties. Sinker, cutter, changeup, curveball, slider. Excellent break on all of his pitches as well. And his delivery, something about his delivery, he's just unhittable. So, he's my first S tier pitcher. And then Hunter Dietz. His control is 77, not ideal. He has a cutter, but not much else. Better against lefties than he is righties, so don't love that. I think he's better than Tegan Coons, though, so we'll just kind of put him towards the bottom of C tier. Chris Sale is one of those guys where you either can't hit him or you crush him every time you see him. For me, I crush him every time I see him, but when I use him, I feel like I'm really good with him. I'll put him in B tier, but this may fluctuate depending on who's using him and who's facing him. He's kind of a weird one. Yuri Perez. I don't think I like this card very much. Does have a sinker, but kind of weak K per 9 versus lefties, which is a problem. And the rest of his pitch mix is not all that great either. I'm putting him in D tier. Yeah. All right, Brody Bumila. This card is really good. I'll put him below Dustin May, but A tier for sure. That card, I really, really like that card. Okay. Cade Townsend. 76 control could use some improvement. Has a cutter, but not much else. So he'll get along great with these other draft cards. Max Scherzer, his milestone card. Ooh. His per 9s are kind of mid. And he only has a cutter. Yeah, this card is kind of in the same boat as Verlander. I'll actually put Verlander above Scherzer in the D tier. That card's not that good anymore. Greg Maddux is an interesting one. I know some people might struggle against him. I'm putting him in C tier. He might be pretty solid. Throws kind of slower, so people aren't really used to that. Okay. Ooh, Roger Clemens. I'm putting at the top of A tier for now. He has a chance to creep into S tier. I just think he's a little too predictable at times to be in S tier, but he is still very good. So he will fit right in A tier. Sandy Alcantara, top of B tier for me. I don't think I can put him in A tier, but he does have a good mix. He's just kind of readable. We've seen him a lot over the years, kind of like a Corbin Burns situation. Jesus Luzardo has a sinker, better against lefties than he is righties, which I don't love. but he might be like towards the top of C tier. 115 and 100 per nines against lefties. That'll play. Gio Rojas of the Rangers. What does he got? He has a sinker, sweeper, changeup, curve, 76 control. Better against lefties as a lefty, so I gotta rank him a little bit lower. I'll put him like here in C tier, I guess. Liam Peterson. How good is this card? Oh, he doesn't have a sinker or a cutter. Yeah, sorry, buddy. You will have to go to D tier. Yeah, I'll put him right there in D tier. Okay. Justin Robleski. He's a sinker and a changeup and a slider. I do like that, but his K per nines are pretty low. So I'll put him towards the bottom of C tier. C tier is going to be stacked. So I might have to move some of them. But whatever. Cameron Flukie has a sinker, solid per nines. Once again, he will fit in well with these other draft cards. Ian Seymour, I am not very high on this card. He has a sinker, and like he's good against righties, but he's just very readable in my opinion. I'm putting him towards the top of D. He's not very good. He doesn't throw very hard either, which sometimes can be good, but he really doesn't have a pitch to like attack righties with, which is a problem. 98 Tarek Skubal, I'm putting at the top of A tier. Very good. One of the better pitchers in the game before he got a 99. So that's nice. Ranger Suarez, sinker and cutter, changeup, good pitch mix, much better against righties also, which I like. We'll put him in B tier, towards the top of B tier. All right, now 98 Dylan Cease. We're getting into the 98s here. He's a sinker, hard to control at 71 control, but really good per nines. So if you can control him, I think he'll be pretty solid. Throws pretty hard too. Doesn't have outlier, but he does throw hard. And then Jackson Flora, another 98 overall, has a sinker, kind of the same thing as Cease, but worse per nines. So I'll put him like at the bottom of B tier, maybe even C tier, because I think he kind of need that cutter. Paul Skeens is next. Sinker, slider, changeup, pretty good per nines. I'll put him towards the bottom of B tier. I think he's kind of similar to Dylan Cease as well, but oh wait, he does have outlier, so that plays a factor. I'll move him above Dylan Cease. Yeah, I'll do that. Nolan McLean. I'm like very mixed on this card, because sometimes he's really good and sometimes he's really bad. Good hits per nine, 111, 107. Decent K per nine. He's better against righties though, which I don't love. I'm going to put him kind of in here with Hunter Green in the A tier. He's pretty good. Pretty solid. My throat's starting to hurt again, so I think I'm going to whisper for the next portion of this. Yamamoto has 76 Ks per nine versus lefties. I don't like that. He does have a sinker and a cutter, though. I'm going to put him slightly above Dylan Cease because of the pitch mix. But, yeah, definitely could use some work against lefties. Cam Schlittler. I would put him in A tier if he had a changeup. But since he doesn't, I cannot put him in A tier. But I'll put him in B, I think. Towards the top of B. But you kind of really need a changeup with that card. And then Felix, this is a pretty obvious S tier. Sinker, cutter, changeup, slider. Perfect pitch mix. Also, the four seam, he throws that pretty hard too. So, Gavin Williams is actually very similar to Cam Schlittler, especially with the pitch mix. But Schlittler has slightly worse per nines, in my opinion. I'll put Gavin Williams above Alcantara too, in the B tier. Not quite in the A tier, because I think you need that changeup. He doesn't have it. But, still a good card. Roy Oswalt. Oof. He has a sinker. 117 clutch, but he's better against righties, which I don't love. I think he will go right there in the C tier. 99 Ohtani as a pitcher. He actually has a splitter on this card, which I do like that, but I still think he's just really hittable and easy to read. I'll put him in B tier towards the bottom. There are better cards that you can go after, so I would recommend doing that. 99 Jacob Mizrowski. I'm going to throw him in the A tier. Towards the top, though. Better than his 96, of course. But he has much worse control than his 96. And I think worse per nines against righties. Which, I'm glad he's good against lefties, but I don't know. I would like to see better per nines against righties. He's still really good. Do not get me wrong. Still really good, but could be better. Johan Santana, the new no-hitter card. Not really that new, I guess. He's going in S tier for me. In between Felix and Al Leiter. Not much else to say. He's really good. Sinker, cutter, changeup. Throws kind of slower, but it kind of works. So, he's good. He's really good. Try him if you haven't. Jeff Suppan, 99 overall. Sinker, slider, changeup, 115 clutch. Better against righties, though. Still, I'd put him in A tier. Probably above Hunter Green. He's a good option. Not the best, but a good one. For sure. And then we got a few cards. A few spotlight cards coming up here. With Troy Melton, maxed out clutch, but 70 control. Sinker, cutter, splitter, slider, really good mix, actually. I'm putting him in A tier. Probably above 96 Mizrowski. Just because he has a sinker and a cutter. And he still throws pretty hard. Okay, Jared Jones is our next pitcher. He doesn't have a cutter. He does have a sinker, though, but 77K per nine versus righties kind of turns me off of this card. I'll put him slightly below Shohei in the B tier. He does have 125 hits per nine versus righties, which is good. I'll move him up, actually. Yeah. I'll move him up. Okay, Peter Lambert is the next pitcher we're talking about, and he's got 120 hit per nine versus lefties, but only 83 versus righties. Sinker cutter mix with a changeup and a sweeper. Definitely A tier. But maybe towards the bottom of A tier. And then Kevin Gausman. We're into the new Threads cards now, which there are a lot of for whatever reason. Kevin Gausman is certainly not my favorite of the New Threads cards. Only 87 hits per nine versus righties, but he does have 195 per nines against lefties, which is solid, I guess. Only a 4-pitch mix, though. Sinker, slider, splitter, four seam. I am putting him in the D tier. Probably below Scherzer. Yeah, D tier. Just not that great. Robbie Ray. Is he any good? Maxed out clutch, which is something. Has a sinker. 71 control, though. Don't love it. I think he's good, like, right here. Maybe right here. Yeah, not that great. He's also... he's better against righties, at least. There's something, but still not great. Luis Castillo. Sinker, cutter, changeup, slider. Decent per nines. I can get behind that. We'll put him just in front of Ranger Suarez in the B tier, towards the top. Okay. Freddie Peralta next. I think some of you might already know my opinion on this card. He's terrible. Doesn't have a sinker or a cutter. Per nines are nothing special. I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to F tier you. Yeah, sorry. All right, now Clay Holmes, 120 hits per nine versus righties, 104 against lefties, 107 clutch is pretty nice. He does have a sinker and a cutter, along with a changeup and a sweeper. I'd say he's A tier. I'd put him above Suppan, but probably not above Nolan McLean. I'm going to swap these two, actually. But, yeah. He's pretty good, Clay Holmes. Definitely solid. Connolly early does have a sinker, but he's not the best against righties. He's better against lefties. I would prefer it be the other way around. I'll put him in B tier. He's okay. Has a changeup and a sweeper, too, which are pretty good. But there are definitely better options. And then now we've got 499 overall New Threads starters left. Casey Mize has inverted splits, better against lefties, which I like. Sinker, slider, splitter, slurve. All the S's. His per nines, other than hits per nine against lefties, aren't very good. I'm going to put him in B tier. Probably above Luis Castillo, slightly. But he's not that great, in my opinion. And then Jose Soriano, 125 and 112 per nines against righties, 105 and 100 against lefties. Sinker, splitter, slider, slurve. All the S's, once again. I would put him probably right here. I'd probably prefer Bumila, Dustin May, Roger Clemens, but still A tier. He's good. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, around the middle of the A tier. That's pretty good. And then Dustin May. Ooh, my throat, y'all. Jesus. Dustin May, I'm putting in S tier, of course. He is currently my number 2 starter in the game right now. He has 113, 101 hits per nine, 104 Ks per nine versus both sides. 103 clutch, and then the best pitch mix in the game. Sinker, cutter, sweeper, changeup, four seam. And he has outlier on the sinker. So, that card's gross. And then, last but not least, we've got Tarek Skubal. I'm going to put him in the S tier at 4th. He's the fourth best pitcher in the game, in my opinion. Sinker, changeup, slider, knuckle curve, 117 clutch on this card with 105 and 95 hits per nine. And then Ks per 9 in the low 90s. 104 control also. He also has outlier on the sinker and break outlier. So these are my 5 S tier starting pitchers in the game right now. So like this is the dream rotation in my opinion. But I still have, I think, Clemens in my rotation. And then I had this Skubal in my rotation and Dustin May in my rotation until they got upgrades. So, yeah, that's what I got for starting pitchers. Let's take a look at the list as a whole. Got the 5 S tier guys. These guys in A tier are still really good. Still some of the better pitchers in the game. So, like, you know, this is free game here. Go use these guys if you don't have all these. B tier is like these guys are just myths. I have a lisp now, I guess. These guys are usually just missing like one pitch or like one attribute. They're like one thing away from being really good. C tier, I would avoid these guys. D tier, definitely avoid these guys. And then F tier, nobody's even considering these guys, so that doesn't really matter. Okay, we have 2 more categories left. We have righty relievers and we have lefty relievers. I'm going to start with lefty relievers, and we're going to rank all of these guys. There are some blue diamonds in here because there aren't enough red diamonds. Like, people are still using these blue ones, so a bit of an exception here. Okay, starting us off with the lefty relievers, it's Josh Hader. He's F tier. You know why. Next, Garrett Cleavinger, D tier. I mean, his stats are extremely outdated at this point in the game cycle, so if you're still using this card, probably shouldn't be. He does have a good pitch mix, but that doesn't save you whenever your stats are this outdated. 87 overall, Zach Britton. He's really good against lefties, 110 and 100 per 9s against lefties, but a 3-pitch mix, sinker, slider, fastball, you can find better. He's also pretty bad against righties. So I'm going to say he's also in the F tier. Don't use that card. 88 overall, Billy Wagner, 4-pitch mix, and none of them are a sinker or a cutter. He has solid per 9s against righties, but there's much better available in the game right now. He's F tier for me. Also, pretty bad control. Angel Zerpa. This card's not actually bad. I had him in my bullpen for a while, early game, sinker, slider, 4-seam changeup. At this point, he's just outdated, though. I'm putting him in the D tier. Ryan Weathers is our next lefty reliever we're talking about. Pretty good per 9s, like 100 on everything. 74 control, 91 clutch is not the best. He does have a sinker, which helps him a little bit, but I mean, once again, just outdated at this point. 87 overall, Aroldis Chapman, live series. 57 control is bad. Sinker, slider, splitter, 4-seam, outlier on the 4-seam. Honestly, C tier. He's still usable. You can still get away with him, but I wouldn't be using him a whole lot. Mark Davis he doesn't have a sinker or a cutter, yeah, and his per 9s are pretty outdated. He does have 125 clutch though, which saves him from being put in the F tier, in my opinion. So we'll put him in the D tier. He's just not very good. I do expect him to get another card pretty soon, though. I could see that happening. Hopefully on that one he has like a splitter instead of a curveball, or a sinker instead of a curveball. He needs a sinker, in my opinion, or a cutter. Adrian Morejon, this card's actually, against lefties he's good. He has 92 and 78 per 9s against righties, but he does have like the best pitch mix in the game. So C tier for me because he can't really get righties out. Kind of just a lefty specialist. He does have 115 clutch, but still the Ks per 9. Just not very good. 90 overall, Andrew Miller. He does have a sinker, and he does have okay per 9s. I think he's just also C tier. Nothing crazy. Slider primary, which is interesting, but still just not that good. Jose Alvarado, sinker cutter. Love that. But I'd say he's just top of C tier. He's hard to locate with, and the per 9s are not like outdated, but you can find better. I'm actually going to move him up to B tier. You know, he's okay. 90 overall, John Franco. Oof. Sinker, screwball, four-seam, changeup, slider. I'm going to put him in C tier. I think this is like a nice lefty reliever that you can bring in to like throw off the pace or throw off your opponent's timing after starting like Jesus Christ, bro, a hard throwing starter. Wow, that was rough. Okay, now Matt Strahm. I have a very strong opinion on Matt Strahm. I think he sucks. So, I'm putting him probably in the C tier as well. He does have maxed out hits per 9 versus righties, which a lot of people, see that and they bring him in with like some switch hitters coming up. But he throws very slow, and he has a good pitch mix, but like he's just not that good. He's easy to read, and against lefties, 80 hits per 9, 75 Ks per 9. Even though I struggle often, lefty, I never struggle against Matt Strahm, lefty, because he's just so bad. So, C tier. He was really good at the time he came out, but C tier. Aaron Bummer's A tier, for sure. Sinker cutter, really good per 9s against both sides. So, yeah. I wish he had a changeup. That's all I'm gonna say about that card. That's like my only complaint with that one. Jojo Romero is actually really good against the opposite hand, against righties. Doesn't have a cutter though. Wish he did. I'll put him in B tier because I don't think he's that bad. But 120, 107 hits per 9, that's good and still usable. 114 Ks per 9 versus lefties also. 104 clutch. So that card is not bad. I don't hate it. Adam Mako, I don't know. He's an F tier. 4-pitch mix, no sinker or cutter. Does have good clutch, but very easy to hit with no sinker or cutter. So, unfortunately, he is F tier. Stephen Okert, good against lefties, not as good against righties. Good per 9s, does have sinker cutter, doesn't have a changeup though. I would say he's B tier above Alvarado and Romero. Probably not by much, but he's okay. I think he is easy to read out of the hand though, in my opinion. Gregory Soto, sinker. Good hits per 9, both sides, first of all. Sinker, sweeper, four-seam, slider, splitter. I don't love it. I think he's better than Okert in the B tier, but I don't think he's quite A tier caliber. And I can kind of say the same thing about Chapman. Sinker, slider, splitter, four-seam, outlier on the four-seam. I just think he's slightly better than Gregory Soto, but not quite A tier level. And then Aaron Ashby, he is A tier in my opinion. He doesn't have a cutter though, so I would prefer Bummer. But he does have a changeup, which Bummer doesn't have. So they are very similar in my eyes, Bummer and Ashby, but I would prefer Bummer. He's got better control, has a cutter, But Ashby throws a little harder and has a changeup. So it's kind of like different specialties there, I guess. 95, Zach Britton. This one has 4 pitches: sinker, slider, four-seam, changeup. 115 clutch, 115, and 121 hits per nine. Pretty good control, too. I'd say he's A tier, but towards the bottom of A tier. Ashby is definitely better than him, in my opinion. So take that for what you will. Jacob Latz, don't like this card. 4 pitch mix. None of them are a sinker or a cutter. So he does have maxed out hits per nine versus both sides, though. So I'll put him like C tier, and then this card is like the exact same. So I'm also going to put him in C tier. He just has slightly better Ks per nine on the 97 overall, I guess, and better clutch. So, yeah. But the pitch mix is the exact same. The hits per nine are the same. The control is roughly the same. It's actually quite a bit better on the 97. I lied. Okay. Mason Montgomery. Now we're getting into the big boys here. He has a sinker and a changeup. He has the same mix as Aaron Ashby, but he's better. Maxed out hits per nine versus lefties, maxed out Ks per nine versus righties, maxed out clutch as well. I'm putting him at the top of A tier, in my opinion. And then Brent Hedrick is up next. Maxed out versus righties on both hits per nine and Ks per nine. Pretty good against lefties too. 115 clutch. Four-seam, slider, sinker, splitter. I would say he is better than Mason Montgomery because he is better against righties. That is the only reason. Mason Montgomery has a slightly better pitch mix, but still very similar. And next up, we've got AJ Minter. Maxed out control and maxed out clutch is really nice, but his per nines just aren't that great. He does have a sinker and a cutter, so I'll put him in the B tier, but his per nines could be much better. Okay. Now, Eric Miller, this is another guy that has maxed out per nines against righties, and he has the same pitch mix as Brent Hedrick, but much worse control. So I'm putting him slightly below Brent. Yeah, they have like a 30-point difference in their control, so I'd much rather prefer Brent Hedrick. Okay, and then Brooks Raley, maxed out hits per nine both sides, sinker, cutter, sweeper, change. Maxed out clutch as well, and 120 and 107 Ks per nine. He is at the top of A tier for me. Not quite an S tier, because I think he could benefit from like a four-seamer or just another pitch. He only has 4. Also, the control could be better at 80, but he is still really good. He's a slower throwing lefty, but still very good card right there. And then Aroldis Chapman up next. He is an S tier for me. Sinker, four-seam, slider, splitter. He could benefit from another pitch, but Aroldis Chapman's just nasty in this game. So he's an S tier. He's been by far my best reliever since I got that card. And then our final lefty reliever is Billy Wagner. He has a four-seam with outlier, I believe. Let me double-check that. Yeah. Four-seam with outlier. 125 hits per nine versus lefties. 111 versus righties. Maxed out clutch. 103 Ks per nine both sides. 99 control. He's an S tier for me. I think he's better than Chapman because he has that fifth pitch. But they have the same pitch mix, except Wagner has a curveball as well that you can mix in there every once in a while. The speed differentials on all those pitches are really nice. You know, they're like spaced out. They're not like the same. Also, Billy Wagner has better control than Aroldis Chapman. So, those are my reasons, and those are my lefty relievers. That is my lefty reliever tier list. Let me know what you agree with, who you like in your bullpen, who you don't like. Do you agree with my F tier? If you're still watching this, bro, like, thank you. And why, also. But, okay. Righty relievers, here we go. There are more righty relievers than there are lefty relievers, unfortunately. So, you know what? I'm going to get rid of all of these, actually. Not all of them, but some of them. Just some of the useless ones that, we don't need in here. Because I don't want to have to rank as many players. Okay. Right off the rip, I'm taking Kyle Finnegan and I'm putting him in the F tier. He's awful. No further elaboration. Robert Suarez, 87 overall. If you're still using this card, probably shouldn't be. He's D tier. He has a sinker and a cutter and a changeup. So he's fine. Griffin Jacks, I'm also going to go ahead and throw in the D tier. He has better per nines, but doesn't have that cutter. Sean Armstrong, he does have a sinker and a cutter, but he's still in D tier. Ryan Helsley, this card has good Ks per nine and a cutter and an outlier four seam. I'll put him at the top of D tier. He's pretty solid. Rob Dibble sucks, and he's very predictable. So, Eric Gagne, I actually really like him. I'll put him in C tier. Trevor Rogers, kind of the same thing. Depends on who you're facing, though. Because when I face Trevor Rogers, I just called him Trevor Rogers twice. Tyler Rogers. He's F tier. He sucks against me whenever I'm facing him. I can read him so easily. However, some people can't. And those people, well, I'm not going to say anything mean in case anyone watching is one of those people. Andres Munoz is F tier. So is Craig Kimbrell. Go kick rocks. Blake Trinan, actually, pretty solid. He does have a good mix. I think he has sinker cutter. He does, with a changeup and a sweeper as well. Also better against lefties than he is righties. Something to consider. Lee Smith, I'm putting at the bottom of D tier. I'm not going to elaborate a whole lot on these guys. Devin Williams towards the top of D tier. Goose Gossage, C tier. 89 Hoffman, top of D tier. Raisel Iglesias, C tier. Darren O'Day, awful. Okay, I'm not going to be that rude. I'll put him in D. Andrew Morris, I need to remind myself of his pitch mix. Sinker, cutter, changeup, sweeper. His per nines just aren't very good. I'll put him at the bottom of D tier, or no, I'll put him in D tier. 90 overall, Louis Varland. Terrible against righties. Good God. Does have a sinker, though, which kind of helps him. Ryan Walker, 92 overall. Sinker, slider, four seam. Decent per nines, but could be better. Raleigh Fingers, I'm actually putting in B tier. He's still usable to this day. Mason Miller, he's D tier. He needs another pitch. Bruce Sutter, I'm also putting in D tier. I might put him in F, actually. He's really bad. 91, Johan Duran. I'll put him in C tier. He's actually really good. Or at least he was for a long time. Kenley Jansen, B tier. He's still really good. Same with Felix Bautista. I'll put him in B tier. 94 Jonathan Broxton also belongs in B tier, I think. Maybe even below Kenley. Chase Petty, I never bought into the hype. We're putting him in C tier. Alimber Santa, F tier. His pitch mix is genuinely trash. Let me see if I can. Sweeper, slider, four-seam, changeup, curveball. I'll pass on that one. Grant Taylor, literally, I'm not even joking. He's S tier. He's legitimately S tier. Brian Baker, flirting with F tier if he's not already there. Four-seam, changeup, slider. Really? That's the best you got? Since he has maxed out hits per nine versus both sides, I will spare him. I'll put him in D tier at the very bottom so he can still smell the F tier. Chad Dallas. This card's not very good, is he? Cutter, curve, sweeper, four-seam. Per nines are okay, though. Still just D tier, though. Raisel Iglesias, the 96 overall. I will put him in B tier. Below Raleigh Fingers. Maybe above Raleigh Fingers. TJ Antone. This card kind of blows, actually. Not very good. C tier. Cade Smith. Once again. Four-seam, splitter, sweeper. That's the best you got? F tier, because his per nines aren't going to save him. Rob Dibble. D tier. Very predictable. I know he has outlier fastball, but he's very predictable. 96 Riley O'Brien. I'll say C tier. I think he needs another pitch, in my opinion. Preferably a cutter. But he's a good, righty specialist if you need to get a couple of outs out of righties. Louis Varland, I'm actually going to put above Raisel Iglesias. Slightly. What is this card? Gabriel Hughes. Four-seam, sweeper, curveball, changeup. At least he has 4 pitches. Unfortunately, still D tier. So, sucks to suck, buddy. Darren O'Day, 96. I think he's not A tier, B tier. Yeah, B tier. Jordan Hicks, A tier. I really like this card. 97 overall. Where's his stats? Maxed out hits per nine both sides, 105 and 125 K per nine. 61 control, kind of sucks, but maxed out clutch as well. Also 5 pitch mix, sinker, four seam, sweeper, splitter, slider, outlier on both the sinker and the four seam. He is a double control mod away from being S tier, in my opinion, and a cutter, I guess. If he had a cutter instead of a sweeper, that'd be nice. Mason Miller, 97, also A tier, but below Jordan Hicks. He has a sinker, which is what his live series card needed, and he got it, and now he's good. So, Johan Duran, I'm actually ranking below Mason Miller, because his per nines just aren't quite up to par with what Mason Miller's are. Jim Johnson, I've got in the A tier, above Mason Miller. 98 overall, sinker, changeup, curveball, four-seam, cutter. Maxed out control. 89 clutch, actually. That really stinks. I'm moving him down to B tier, just for that. Yikes. Okay. Luke Weaver. Maxed out hit per nine versus righties, maxed out clutch. 4-pitch mix with a four-seam, changeup, cutter, slider. Very predictable pitch mix here. But I'll put him in C tier. Kind of just whatever. Okay. Ryan Zefferjan. 125, 117 hits per nine. That's really good. And then 111, 117 Ks per nine. I wish he had a cutter. Sweeper, slider, slurve, sinker, four seam. B tier, I guess. I'd rather have O'Day. B tier. Huascar Brazoban. I know this card's good. Sinker cutter, changeup slider, four seam, outlier on the sinker, 120 clutch, maxed out hits per nine both sides. I wish he had better control. He has 70. But I'm going to put him in A tier. I think he's really good. Keith Folk, maxed out hits per nine versus lefties. 108, 111, K per nine, maxed out clutch. He's also A tier for me. I really like that card. 92 control. Also, sinker, cutter, slider, changeup. Really good. And last but not least, our last card of the entire video. Can you believe it? It's Trevor Hoffman. He's got 120 and 116 against righties, 112, 125 against lefties, 92 control, maxed out clutch. Pitch mix, changeup, four-seam cutter, slider, curve. I'm putting him right below Keith Folk in the A tier. I think Grant Taylor is truly the only S tier righty reliever. Because the pitch mix, the per nines, especially against lefties, the delivery, I mean, it's not like glitched anymore, but yeah, this is what I got for my righty relievers. Grant Taylor stands alone in the S tier. These are my A tier guys, and then B, and then so on. Wow. So that's everybody. So I guess that's the end of the video. What do you guys think of my tier lists? Let me know what you like, what you don't like, what you agree with, what you disagree with. That was a long one. I don't know exactly how long this is, but I'm sure I'll never top this again. So yeah, if y'all enjoyed, make sure to go down and drop a like on the video and subscribe to the channel, especially if you're still here at the end. Thank you if you are. But yeah, just thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace out.